Good morning to anyone joining us. We're going to be starting a little bit after 9 o'clock. This is the virtual event for CAPES 2022. We're going to have speakers from Hartley House, MaleSurvivor. We have members of CAPES, of course, and we will also be hearing from our friends at the Child Advocacy Center of Frederick County. We're going to be covering a variety of topics. The event will begin a little bit after 9 o'clock. Important to remind everyone, we're going to be doing a Q&A panel at the end. So if any questions, please feel free to write them into the chat or the Q&A area. We'll be collecting those, but we won't necessarily be directly answering questions until around 11:50 a.m. And that'll be from 11:50 to a little bit after 1 o'clock. So please keep questions until that point. We'll be covering a variety of topics, but we do have about an hour or so to answer questions. So we'll be addressing those as they come in. We'll be beginning shortly with an opening message from members from Hartley House and CAPES. That'll begin in just a few minutes. So if you're just joining us right now, we're still a little bit close to the start of the event. We want to give a little bit of time for people to sign in. Good morning, everyone. We're going to be starting real shortly. I just want to give everyone a quick rundown of what. Yes, so only the host will be speaking. If you want to ask a question, Guy, or anyone else who would like to ask questions, feel free to use the Q&A feature or the chat. It'll be a little bit easier for us to track questions in the Q&A. We'll be answering questions near the end of the event. The flow of this program, you're going to be having presenters from around, well, in a couple of minutes when we start, all the way through around 11:50. We'll be hearing from members from CAPES, the organization for this event, Hartley House. We will also have members from MaleSurvivor.org and the Child Advocacy Center of Frederick County. We'll be covering a variety of different topics, multiple presenters. So if you have questions that come up during this, make sure to write them down, save them. We'll be having a full panel discussion a little bit after 11:50, and that will continue until around 1:15. I'm going to get us started in probably about a minute or so. Only the speakers and the panelists will be on camera and audio. So we'll be able to keep this on. So make sure to keep in mind that this program will mostly be featuring panelists for the beginning, and we'll have a Q&A feature at the end. Is everyone going to be ready to start in about, I think 1 minute is probably a good time to start. All right, so we'll begin at 9:03. And keep in mind that this event will be recorded and you'll be able to watch it at any time, especially if you want to go back and rewatch one of our panelists in particular. We have multiple panelists for this event. Just to give everyone a quick rundown as we lead up to the beginning of the event, we'll be hearing from members of CAPES, MaleSurvivor.org, and of course, our friends at the Child Advocacy Center of Frederick County. We'll be discussing ACEs, the commercial sexual exploitation of children, and myths and fact-finding about sexual abuse. We're going to be covering a wide gamut of things. It'll be going from presenters to a Q&A session after 11:50, so please save your questions. All right, it looks like we're ready to begin. This is the 2022 CAPES event in association with MaleSurvivor.org. We have members of CAPES and Hartley House. I think we'll be beginning this right now. So if we can get the introductory slide, click. Oh,
that's just us.
That's just us. So in just a second, we'll be hearing from members from, well, actually, you know, we don't need a slide for introductions. We're going to have welcome and introduction to the CAPES program. Let's let you understand what this great organization is and its background. We have Dr. Inga James, the president and executive director of Hartley House, Doug Tinder, the co-founder of CAPES, and Annette Tinder, the other co-founder of CAPES. If you'd like to introduce the program in the background, please start.
Good morning, everybody. I'm really glad that you're here and joining us this morning. We've put a lot of energy into this presentation, and so we're really happy to be able to provide it for you. I am the president and executive director of Hartley House, and which is in Frederick, Maryland, if you're from out of town. And we are the only organization in Frederick County that provides comprehensive services to survivors of intimate partner violence, sexual assault, human trafficking, and child abuse. So we provide holistic services, shelter, hotline, legal services, clinical services, prevention services. And so we are very happy to partner with Doug and Annette Tinder on this presentation. They'll tell you a little bit more about how it came about. And I'm just happy you're here. So enjoy the program, and we'll talk later. Thank you so much. I'll turn it over to Doug and Annette now.
Welcome, everyone. So it was introduced before, I am Annette Tinder. And so a lot of people ask, what is CAPES? And it's an initiative and an awareness program to help male survivors of childhood sexual abuse, along with the people who support their journey. So when Doug was having a difficult time in his healing, as he started to come out of the shadows to speak about being a male survivor of childhood sexual abuse, it was weighing heavy on my mind and how I could help him, myself, and our family. And the trauma he experienced rippled through our relationship and our family. So over the 30 plus years, I learned as much as I could about male survivors of childhood sexual abuse. The earlier years, there wasn't that much information available, and now more information is starting to become available. And there are national organizations as resources, but still trying to find local organizations to support one another and to dive deep into healing. It can be a challenge at times. So I tucked that seed away in my mind. And then in September of 2018, the birth of CAPES happened while Doug and I were at an Elton John concert. Elton, everyone knows what a great showsman he is, had a video montage of the AIDS quilt and spoke about the people supporting the AIDS cause. I immediately thought that male survivors of childhood sexual abuse needed a symbol for people to rally around, to bring attention to the issue and allow uncomfortable conversations to help these men become a more comfortable conversation. So then I thought, well, what would be a good symbol for that little boy inside a grown man who experienced childhood sexual abuse and for their loved ones who support them? Well, it came immediately to me, a superhero. Many boys growing up want to be superheroes, and some adults may secretly wish that they were a superhero and had those powers. What was one of the most recognizable article of clothing that comes along with the superhero is a cape. And what do superheroes have? A lot of them have sidekicks or another superhero helping them. So for survivors, their sidekick is their support system. And that sidekick sometimes is a secondary survivor as well, too, experiencing those lifelong effects of that trauma. So along with Doug and the help from the wonderful people at Hartley House, the CAPES concept was created and launched in 2020 as an awareness program aimed to educating the community about male survivors and how they can be helped. And it stands for Community Awareness Promoting Empowerment for Male Survivors. So, and Doug's going to talk a little bit about Hartley House.
Sure, just to tack onto that. So as we came together with the program, we had reached out to Hartley House and planted the seed of the idea. And they, with open arms, embraced this CAPES concept as we move forward. And we are in our third year of the program. And each time we advance the program and our reach. This was originally planned in the beginning as a in-person event here locally in Frederick County. But actually, as a result of COVID, like much of us, we had to pivot to virtual. And in hindsight, I think it's also turned into a blessing because now our reach is not only within Frederick County, but across the state and across the country now. And we're embarking on partnerships with other organizations to expand and bring awareness and to begin the normalization of this conversation. So thank you all for being here today.
We want to give everyone a reminder during this presentation that Hartley House does have a crisis hotline, 301-662-8800. This is going to be a very extended and in-depth conversation on very serious topics. If at any moment you feel an elevated heart rate, if you start to have a panic attack, or if it's giving you a feeling where you need to reach out, we do have a crisis hotline. Or if this is inspiring you to seek help, please reach out to 301-662-8800. Now that we've had an introduction from Inga, Annette, and Doug, we're going to hear an in-depth presentation from Doug. We're going to be hearing his presentation on healing to community engagement. Keep in mind that questions will be answered at the end of the presentation. Please use the Q&A feature or the chat feature. If you have questions for Doug in particular, make sure to note for Doug, and we'll be able to address those questions at the end of the presentation. So let's hear from Doug.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Pat. So first off, again, as I just mentioned, I'd like to thank Hartley House and MaleSurvivor for being here today. I am affiliated with both organizations, sitting on the board of directors for both organizations, and also support Hartley House in the development committee work we do here locally to foster our local impact. I thought it'd be also helpful to spend a moment on a little bit of MaleSurvivor background as well. It's a 100% volunteer run and managed organization. Their mission is to support prevention, healing, and eliminating all forms of sexual victimization of boys and men through research, education, advocacy, and activism. As you can see, this aligns very well with Hartley House, and blessed today to be part of this partnership as we move forward. MaleSurvivor has a significant digital footprint. We provide forums and chat rooms that are the unique and defining feature of MaleSurvivor. These forums are open to the public to review and read without restriction by all with individual anonymity and on reading and posting. All of the forums are monitored for content to ensure they align with MS ethical standards and proper communication. Just to help you get a sense of the reach, and I think also put some boundaries around some of the impact this topic has. The discussion forum has over 15,000 members. Within that forum, there are over 500,000 messages in 81,000 threads of forum threads. And on average, there's about 100 postings a day across every state in the country and over 250 countries. So that impact and that digital footprint is far and wide. And today is the first step in us joining with local communities to help spread the word and normalize that conversation. And your presence today is in support of that. Next slide, please. So you'll probably hear these statistics a couple times today as we go through, but again, to sort of help level set, as Annette and I mentioned in the intro, I am a survivor myself, a trauma that changed my life. Before I began with on that journey, I do need to thank Annette. Without her support, I probably wouldn't be here today advocating for survivors and moving forward. So for that I am grateful. You probably have seen these numbers before. If not, they may be news to you. 1 in 6 men in the United States have been impacted by abuse before the age of 18. I try to put this number in context. If we look at a football team and we look at the numbers, take a team of 24 boys or men on a team, and based on these statistics, 1 in 4 or 4 of them would likely be impacted by sexual assault before they were 18. If we look at this at our local numbers within Frederick County, per the 2019 census, there are 128,000 men in the county. And doing that math in our county alone, that equates to over 21,000 potential victims of childhood sexual abuse, specifically for males. In an older study, this is something I picked up at another conference that was a little staggering. In a study in 1987 by Abel Baker that had done interviews with pedophiles. That study showed that there was a mean count of 282 attacks per pedophile, and with a mean of 150 victims. That's a staggering number of impact from one individual's. These are separate calculations, so I can't correlate the two together, but just to give you a sense of the size and scope. We've had a lot of media coverage around in the press from University of Michigan, the Boy Scouts, the Catholic Church, Larry Nassar. I'm sure most of you have seen the news. And if you start to do the math, the numbers start to get staggering of the epidemic proportions of the impact to male survivors. I think most recently there was an incident in Pittsburgh, involved about 300 individuals accused of such acts. And if you do the math again, the numbers are astounding of those impacted. And if you take the 150 victims, take half of that for margin of error, you're looking at, an impact just from that population within Pittsburgh of 22,500 individual. And if you look at that, that equates to the same number of individuals within Frederick County, if we did the math. So also on this chart, on average for males, it takes 20 years to disclose, and 90% of us don't report it, indicative of the societal pressure that we have and the environment which we live in, and you need to normalize the conversation. Also on here, you see adverse childhood experiences, which you'll see some information later today regarding that. Next slide, please. So how does this all start? As survivors, we all have different experiences, but likely in some respect, it involves some level of grooming. This grooming is not only of the child, but of the family and the community. And the first step of that is gaining trust of both the child and also of the family. In my specific instance, the perpetrator was a loving father of 5, a layman in the church, a high school guidance counselor. There wouldn't be any reason that you wouldn't trust him. It was the home life of the Waltons. Maybe dating myself. I don't know what the current analogy is to the Waltons, but it was, all American pie growing up. So there is an approach to, you gain the trust of the individual and the family, and then there's some isolation that starts to occur to keep that in check. From a youth perspective, we are taught to respect our elders, don't question, and at impressionable ages, this is what we may perceive as normal, for what normal may be. And then as we advance, we have obligations to keep secrets. And this is where, it really starts. The isolation starts. We're trained to keep the secrets. And again, in its respect for the elders, keep that in check. And then probably one of the more powerful ways to keep this underfoot and not exposed to what the perpetrator is doing is the internalization by the youth that it's their fault, that somehow they are equally or more culpable for what is happening to them. And that then inbreeds shame, which in turn, that risk of humiliation overrules and keeps that child silenced, not only during the abuse period, but as we know, long after. That shame is carried forward for some of us for decades. And then oftentimes, these individuals could be our mentors, again, fulfilling that respect model. And, that's how that control begins, stays, and continues on long after the events have occurred. And you'll hear some more about some of that in the myth and facts presentation that Ken is doing later this morning. So after all that, and not getting into the ugly of the events, how does it end? Oftentimes we mature and we grow and we level out or age out. And as survivors, we believe somehow we gain control of our lives, of our body, of our emotions. This turns out to be a false truth for most of us, as the experience of trauma is a tad easier for men to develop a false truth with that, simply based on our societal and cultural forces and the male empowerment that we need in driving our masculinity. Although we've been removed physically from the trauma, and however, in most cases, that recurring trauma is reinforced over and over again, and we are far from escaping the mental hold. If you've ever read a book or want to look for a book, The Body Keeps the Score. It was a well done book on the retainment of emotions throughout our body, with initially started as a focus on PTSD survivors from war, which further carries forward to the same methodology of what trauma survivors of youth are experiencing and continuing to experience throughout their life. So although the trauma stays contained, over the years, it does slowly leak out into us. And the tighter and tighter that we try to squeeze it closed, the more that it comes out. The next slide, please, Jen. So one of the things as we get into healing, and that was kind of to help set a little background on somewhat of survivors are experiencing, and getting into a decision to change born out of emotion is more powerful than one born of logic and circumstance. I draw on this specifically that if there's emotional connection to move forward, generally we have a lot more energy put forth other than I should do this or I should do that, versus if you have an emotion attached to it, you need to do that. And that was my case, that I needed to move forward. The emotional toll was taking too much and began that healing journey. Next slide, Jen. So this is where we're going to focus most of the discussion the rest of this morning, is the healing and how that works, and bringing that healing into community engagement. And it really is about changing the narrative. This is really where the work begins. The healing is like breaking a bone. The bone break takes but a second to occur, but the healing takes weeks and months. And from those of us recovering from trauma can be decades, as we are trying to heal the most complex part of ourselves, our brain, our heart, and our soul. My healing story changes every day, that once we enter the growth and healing part of life, it will never be the same again. Depending on the space we are in, a day can feel like a week like a month. We can experience such growth and revelation, and our brain does not keep track of time. We all have a different story of things that changed or drove the structure of our lives. However, a childhood sexual abuse survivor, time stopped for many of the pieces, and the challenge is bringing them forward. And that's the big step in the first part of healing on this circle. I've been in therapy myself for over 7 years, and healing takes time. I've relived the trauma several times over, but it was necessary even when I was not ready to deal with it. To be honest, getting through the trauma events themselves was the easy part. It is in the moments after the trauma, the emotional effects and the scars that they left remain the challenge. And this goes to the grooming effects and the emotional hold that our abusers have on us. And that's a big step in the healing process. And Ken will get into some of the myths and facts later that inhibit us from taking that step in healing and the culture that drives that. We learn to make decisions in our lives as we mature. And for me, my way of living was determined by an irrational adolescent solution with a sole focus on how to protect myself. Much like our trauma is here today with me every day, it drives much of life, the difference in healing and understanding when the trauma grabs the wheel and we are letting it drive versus making a decision to do something different, and the defining what we must overcome, accept, and believe to do something different. It's not that the trauma survivor is wrong, simply our method of dealing with life evolved dramatically different from the majority. I use the word majority as we are often get hung up on the word normal. There is no normal, only what is perceived as common. The trauma can and will have you spending your life believing that you are simply not enough, forever falling short. These are the seeds that mutated before they could foster the original tree for which we are to become. We must spend much of our time to relearn that we are allowed. And this is a big part of the healing process, is that we are allowed to love, allowed to be loved, allowed to be happy, allowed to be sad, allowed to have a bad day, simply allowed to be who we are. This is healing. That is the first step. And when we look at this healing journey, oftentimes it's a secretive first step. And as we look at how men approach this, organizations such as MaleSurvivor and Hartley House are very important to ensure that those first steps are safe, profound, and impactful. So I've talked about the healing path, and we all take steps, and quite often they are baby steps. We start with the emotional need to change. We start with just that. Part of the healing process is the growth in understanding the shame we no longer need to carry. And I focus on the shame because I think that's a big part of what keeps men silenced for decades. And this is the importance of changing the narrative and the community engagement that we're looking for. And shame is defined as a painful feeling of humiliation or distress caused by the consciousness of wrong or foolish behavior. And this is something that the perpetrators deeply instill within the child during abuse. Then again, that keeps them locked up not only during that period, but for decades going forward. Healing is the beginning of the process and not limited to the survivor. This healing must occur with all those around the survivor: family, friends, partners, spouses, children, and the community. And I'm grateful that you are all here today because you are now part of that healing process. The stretch and breadth of the impact from a single survivor is far greater than the survivor and the perpetrator. This is the beginning of the narrative change and the subtle changes that are about to take place in the community. I believe these narrative changes, at least at the individual level, are a natural evolution once the healing process starts, that we simply need to bring to a community level. That is where we are here today. So from the healing, the next step is awareness. And this is both at the survivor and community level. And I use these interchangeably because I think as the survivor moves on the path to become an advocate and engage, which I think is also a natural path for many of us, because it is part of the healing process. And the more we engage, the more that we heal, that the community follows the same path. Just as a survivor begins to understand the impact of this trauma had on their lives, that it is not their fault, and the healing of and empowerment, the community must gain a greater understanding of the prevalence of this social issue, which is far greater than the single individual. Although we must help every individual, the impact has social and economic fallout. As you will hear later, there is a health economic cost that is not limited to the amount of abuse and or trauma, but cascades on for a lifetime. And when looking at these numbers, the individual event are having a healthcare cost, a job market cost, and a mental health cost that is bleeding into our community fabric. These are instances that carry forward long after the abuse and affect the community, the job market going forward. Survivors are more likely to have health issues as a result of carrying the trauma. It is not until there's an awareness can we begin to see the change. This is both at the individual as well as the community level. Hartley House and MaleSurvivor.org are prime examples of how awareness matters. So the next step in changing this narrative is dialogue. So we've gotten through healing, we've become aware of the problem. Now we need to talk about it. Once we have awareness and address the shame of the community, the survivor, and the attached to the childhood abuse, this is the beginning of creating a safe environment. The requirement upon each of us is to speak the unspoken. It is to make the unsafe safe. It is normalizing the conversation. Although there is nothing normal about it, we must make it okay to discuss. I remember as a kid, and maybe many households as well, you didn't talk about cancer. Cancer was a bad word. You didn't use it. You didn't talk about it. Each event like this constitutes the next step in making the dialogue okay and making that connection to the individual and bringing that awareness forward to do that in a safe and productive way. There are many ways to bring that dialogue forward. Again, MaleSurvivorOrg does that through the discussion forums, Hartley House working diligently with events like this and the community outreach, what they do, which I'll share later, of the great impact they've had here locally. So the next step is making a connection, and hopefully we're making a connection with you all today. That is probably the most important piece. One thing from a survivor's perspective and changing the narrative in the community is to remember that these events occurred to an individual at the most intimate and personal level possible. And healing and recovery must also begin at that level. And that begins with making a personal connection. We know that COVID has taught us and brought us to a very virtual environment, and that has worked very effectively to reach quite a few individuals, and grateful that it brings events like this forward to make that connection. But I think many of us have begun to understand and realize that this is great, it's effective, it works, but it does only go so far. And any individuals out in the audience today that maybe have gone back into work now that the COVID has subsided and re-experienced that human engagement and person-to-person connection, really begin to see the value of that connection. And that's where survivors need to be able to get to have that personal connection in a safe environment, to move from that victim to survivor model. Often asked if I was a survivor in my 30s and 40s, I probably would have said yes. But after a year or two in therapy, the answer would have been no. I was a victim until I began therapy and really starting healing, because that perpetrator still had hold. And that is the connection that we need to make with the survivors to begin that. And it's changing the dynamic of the way that men communicate amongst each other, amongst the community, and amongst services and providers such as Hartley House and MaleSurvivor. It's that connection that makes all the difference. In each one of these events and talks that I've ever done, which I somewhat did selfishly because it helped me heal, there was always a direct connection with an individual in the audience that may have come forward for the first time to express and be thankful and expose their abuse that occurred to them, and thankful for us being there. And in some instances, I was the first one that they spoke with. They haven't shared with their spouse, and that is the power that it has. And that is the reason for the dialogue and connection. So the more that we talk and the more that we connect, the more we make an impact, because the way the survivors and the individuals may need to connect may be different, and there is not one size that fit all. So from that connection, we begin engagement. And this is a big part of making the difference of not only engaging with the survivor in their healing process, but now really engaging the community. And that is where I am today in my journey on this circle, is really engaging with the community and attempting to be that champion for the survivors that are stuck in silence, and moving them forward to take that first step in improving and supporting their lives. And one of the things that I look at from engagement, and a quote from Tim Tebow was, "Give our pain purpose." As survivors begin to engage, and I think we are probably one of the most powerful sources to reach other survivors, is as we begin to engage, connect, and hold dialogue, that does give our pain purpose. It's a way to speak out, to organize, to have at least what happened to us help somebody else make a difference and make connections. And as we do that, one of the other things to keep in mind here is, often as we go through this, we experience great empathy for the survivors and those that experienced it. And listened to a podcast a few months ago from Jacqueline Novogratz, as the founder of Acumen, which is an organization that brings economic improvements to third world areas or where investment doesn't make sense economically, and done so successfully and made those investments profitable and turn around by creating a market for the services that are brought there. And she quoted, empathy without action is the status quo. And I thought that was extremely profound, that as we go through our learning process of healing awareness, beginning to talk about it, making connections, and as we all do that here, depending on where you are on the wheel, either as a survivor, as a community support person, simply having empathy is not enough, because then nothing changes. We may become aware, but then again, nothing changes. And changing the narrative really comes about through an entrepreneurial culture change and driving that through social innovation. And I think this is where we truly make a difference in the lives going forward. And so what does that mean? Entrepreneurial is defined as taking risk in the hope, expectation of a positive, greater outcome. Doing this by stepping out of your comfort zone and having the conversation about childhood sexual abuse will make a difference. That is the difference of changing the narrative. You'll be likely talking to one or more people if you bring this up that is a survivor, knows their survivor, and you may not even know that you're doing it because we stay in the shadows. That is taking the risk out of your comfort zone. It is not a comfortable conversation to have dialogue about, but we need to. And then how do you do that? Taking that initiative and breaking the status quo and changing the social fabric, or bringing social innovation to bear. And that's bringing new practices that aim to meet social needs in a better way than existing solutions. So this is about reaching these individuals, making a difference, and changing the narrative, doing things different than what we do today, avoiding that's the way we've always done it. This webinar today is a new innovation to bring that forward. And the two organizations that are supporting and sponsoring this event today are also entrepreneurial and bringing social innovation here. Hartley House is bringing awareness by supporting this event, and locally embracing local survivor groups and the mission across all domestic violence conditions. And MaleSurvivor is finding new ways to interact in the digital world that is bringing safe and impactful first steps to its population with a level of anonymity as the individual may need. These are all new ways to bring the message to the constituents that need it. Again, often those first steps are done in secret, in silence, and in shame, and trying to take the first step forward. So it's incumbent upon us to find different social ways to meet those individuals where they are to help alleviate that. I've personally seen these programs make dramatic impacts in men's lives. Locally here in Frederick, through dialogue and connection with Hartley House. I've personally witnessed the change in 10 men in the support group sponsored here and the power of healing that it brings to really change that narrative. So with that, a couple key points to walk away from this session this morning. The trauma and abuse can happen to anyone. There are no social or economic differences that drive that. 1 in 4 girls, 1 in 6 men, that's about 21% of our population. And if you look at the level of exposure and one another correlation, 1 in 6 men being abused, and we have one of the #1 killers of men in this country is prostate cancer. That number is 1 in 8. So we have more men suffering from trauma from childhood sexual abuse than passing from prostate cancer. And I don't want to make that sound like a good thing, but I do want to put that in perspective. And this childhood trauma is extending a lifetime and at an economic and social cost. Healing and surviving often takes much effort, and it takes effort not only from the survivor to do that, but also from the community. Making those investments in the community matter, investments in Hartley House, investments in MaleSurvivor to find ways to keep this changing narrative wheel turning is very important. Because each time we do an event, no matter how few the participants, there's a life touched, there's a life changed. And again, investing in that narrative makes a big step. You are all doing it here today because you are here today, and I thank you. And have a great rest of the day. Thanks, Pat.
All righty, we just heard from Doug Tinder, the co-founder of CAPES. We've actually picked up quite a bit of people in our audience. This has began, so I just want to do a little bit of housekeeping before our next presenter. Of course, if you have a question for Doug, we are saving all of the Q&A for the end. That is going to be after 11:50. We're going to have a full roundtable with all of our presenters and a few extra members. So if you have questions, please use the Q&A feature here on Zoom or the chat feature we'll be collecting. If you have a question in particular for Doug, please say "for Doug," and we'll make sure that we get that to him during the roundtable discussion. This event is being recorded. So if you missed the beginning of Doug's presentation from healing to community engagement, you'll be able to see that after. We'll be posting the archive. We also had an introduction from Inga James from Hartley House and Annette, the other co-founder of CAPES. Now, moving forward, we're going to be covering a lot of serious topics. Later on, we'll be talking about ACEs, and we'll be also discussing the commercial sexual exploitation of children. Keep in mind that if you are having any moment of elevated heart rate, or if you know someone that needs help, the crisis hotline for Hartley House is available 24 hours a day. That is 301-662-8800. That is 301-662-8800. Now, coming up, we'll soon be having a fact or fiction section, myths and facts, from Ken Stockton. He is a member of MaleSurvivor.org, one of the board of directors. Keep in mind that if you have any questions for Ken, we will be saving those for the panel discussion at the end of the presentation. And we will be recording this presentation as well. So you'll be able to view that at a later time. So one final recap of future events. We'll be hearing from Ken. Shortly after that, we'll be discussing ACEs with Robin Grove from the Director of Child Advocacy here in Frederick County. She'll be following directly after Ken's presentation. So if you have questions for either Robin or Ken, please save those for the Q&A. That'll happen later in the show. But if you don't want to forget your question, always make use of the Q&A feature at the bottom of Zoom. I would like to thank everyone who has joined us so far. And without further ado, our next session here for the 2022 CAPES event is going to be with Ken Stockton, Myths and Facts of Male Survivors. Ken, please take it away.
Well, thank you very much. I have a rough act to follow, following Doug's wonderful presentation. And I want to say that I welcome the opportunity to be here today. I think this is a great event supported by Hartley House and CAPES. And so much of what Doug said about connecting and engagement and awareness is very impactful and very important to male survivors. I'm a male survivor. I'll tell you a little bit about myself professionally. I'd like to tell you a little 1-minute story, and then we can get to the myths and facts. And some of the information will be a little bit redundant from what Doug said, but nonetheless, I think it reinforces this important information. So I'm 73 years old. I live in Ann Arbor, Michigan. I am married. I have 3 adult children. I made my living largely as an independent communications strategist, a writer. I did a lot of writing for major clients in corporate America, believe it or not, from my basement, by the way. I might have been one of the first remote workers. And how did I become independent? One reason was I had a lot of difficulty keeping a conventional 9-to-5 job. And a lot of that related to sort of my oppositional behavior and anger, which probably stemmed out of my having been abused as a child. I have an undergraduate degree in broadcasting and film, and I also have a master's degree in social work community organization. So one of the real healing elements for me, and as Doug indicated, the healing process is sort of a lifelong process. And I've, much like Doug, I've been in therapy, I've done EMDR, it's been helpful. But for me, telling has been really a part of my healing. And I've told my story several times at Moth events, and Moth is a national and international storytelling nonprofit based out of New York. And some of the selected ad hoc stories told at various venues, bars and whatever, that are sponsored by Moth are then selected and broadcast on the Moth. And in 2016, there was an opportunity here in Ann Arbor. There was a Moth event, and you have 5 minutes to tell your story. And I said, I'm going to tell my story at the Moth event. And there were 8 or 9 storytellers. I won. My story, I guess, was the leading story that night. And then I was invited back to the, quote, Grand Slam locally. And eventually, I was invited by the Moth people to come to New York City and to tell my story in, believe it or not, 1 minute, along with 11 or 12 other selected storytellers from across the US. So I'm going to try to tell that 1 minute story right now. And I think it's a good overview of who I am and where I am and what's important to male survivors. I hadn't seen him in 40 years. He looked much older, less daunting. I had a chance to ask him questions that had been on my mind forever. Why did you do this? Did you specifically target me? Do you realize how much harm you've done? Are you sorry? I was speaking then with Fred Womwell, who some 45 to 50 years earlier had been my Little League coach. And I made his Little League team when I was 11 years old. And soon after that, he groomed me as well as my family, and he was an effective groomer of the community. And within several months, he began to sexually abuse me. Fred sexually abused me. He raped me 400 times over a 3-year period when I was between the ages of 11 and 14. In 2004, I became my own hero. I was in therapy and I decided I wanted to hold Fred accountable for what he had done. So I sought attorneys. These events, by the way, had happened in New Jersey, and I wanted to file suit or criminal suit against Fred. And I sought attorneys in New Jersey and Pennsylvania where the abuse had happened. No attorney would take the case because of the statute of limitations. But I have a friend in Ann Arbor who was a civil rights attorney, and he agreed to threaten a lawsuit against Fred. Miraculously, Fred agreed to private mediation. So in 2004, some 45 years plus after I had been abused many times by Fred, Kurt and I flew to New Jersey, and we met with Fred and his attorney in a private mediation in front of a retired circuit court judge. And it was an incredible experience. I had a chance to ask those questions that I had indicated earlier, and many more. For me, holding the perpetrator accountable was life-changing. No more self-blame, much less shame. I am healing. So that's who I am. And a couple years ago, about 2.5 years ago, I was named to the board of directors for MaleSurvivor.org. It's a wonderful national and international organization devoted directly to male survivors. And Doug talked about some of the elements that are important in Male Survivor, including the discussion forum and the 24/7 chat. So let's move to the next slide. Okay, in this past fall, MaleSurvivor.org sponsored an event for county prosecutors throughout Michigan. These were victim advocates. And actually, I did a unit on myths and facts, and these are not necessarily questions. These are statements that then gave me an opportunity to explore whether it was true or false. So we'll run through these, and okay, the prevalence of sex abuse is significantly less than that of females. That is somewhat true, but as Doug indicated, the numbers are truly astounding when you think about it. The number that is often tossed around is 1 in 4 females. Sexual abuse, 1 in 6 males. That is a staggering number. And in my opinion, I think it's very likely on both genders, those could be undercounts, because when you think about it, I mean, how do you quantify or qualify this? There's no necessarily direct reporting mechanism. If there's a criminal prosecution, especially in child abuse, yes, there's some data on that. But there also is this difficulty of people coming forward. And as Doug indicated, for males, because of the culture of manhood, it's more difficult for men to come forward. And when I think of my own self, I did not come forward about my own abuse until my youngest son was adolescent. And the reason I did that was, and I had spoken with family members, they were aware, but in terms of more overt disclosure to friends in the neighborhood or whatever, I didn't do that till my youngest son was 12 or 13. And the reason, I had a reason for that, and the reason was probably some of it was self-blame and shame, but another reason for that was I didn't want, there's a false stereotype about sexual abuse victims that the pedophiles, in fact, the way you become a pedophile is you're abused as a kid. This is not true. There's no indication of that. So I didn't really want the families of my son and daughter, who the families of their friends, to identify Ken as a potential risk. Okay, so but at any rate, so I think, as Doug said, the 1 in 4 and the 1 in 6 are staggering numbers. And I think the other thing that I think about, I was thinking about COVID and the pandemic, and actually, when you consider sexual abuse of males and females and these staggering numbers, it is in fact a mental health, cultural, social pandemic. The effects of this abuse are and we've talked about some of the effects of these. So the answer, so I would say the first statement is true, but true or false, the numbers are staggering and the effects are very damaging. And I think that's why this program today and other programs like it have value to build better community awareness and better compassion and better empathy and discussion and engagement. The second, it's okay to take candy from a stranger. Now, I think one of the constraints, the historical constraints about understanding sexual abuse of both males and females was the stranger danger notion. So when I grew up, we were told not to take candy from a stranger because, and I don't know how clear the parents were about disclosing this, but strangers were risky. And I think the risk related to being, quote, kidnapped, physically abused, sexually abused, killed, whatever. But the fact is that most perpetrators are known to the victim, are known to the family. They're trusted. They're elaborate. They're very proficient in grooming. They groom the victim. They groom the victim's family. They groom the organizations that the perpetrator might be a part of. And what's really amazing is, and here's an understanding that I've come to painfully so. MaleSurvivor.org, one of our more recent webinars, it was about an hour-long webinar. It featured Dan Murphy, who co-wrote the book, Start by Believing, and it's an intensely researched book about the Larry Nassar scandal. And what is troubling about the Larry Nassar scandal and this Sandusky thing and Catholic Church issues and Boy Scouts and the University of Michigan issue was that these perpetrators had enablers. In other words, they had coworkers who looked the other way, they had managers who looked the other way, they had community members who looked the other way, they had prosecutors who looked the other way. And I believe that serial predators, in almost every case, need enablers. And the president of our organization, MaleSurvivor.org, Murray Shane, recently wrote a blog, and he's a prolific blogger, and he's brilliant. And I know he's one of the participants and one of the viewers today. So Murray, I'm glad you're here, and I'm glad you're the president of MaleSurvivor.org. But he recently wrote a blog, and he called these enabling organizations abettors, which is maybe even a better word. So, and I think there were so many people surrounding Larry Nassar. There were so many people surrounding Jerry Sandusky. There were so many people who observed the special relationship that my Little League Baseball coach had with me. My Little League Baseball coach took me to lunches. He took me to sporting events. He took me to the Little League World Series in Williamsburg, Pennsylvania. And he just was very proficient in grooming. And he admits to being a serial predator, by the way. But he was enabled and abetted. And I believe he was also abetted by Little League Baseball. Okay, so that was a long story. I'm sorry for being so long, but okay, so the third statement is there are commonalities and differences in how males and females respond to being victimized sexually. That is true, as we all know, and Doug touched on a lot of these things. But I think in our culture, and I think the victimization of women, physically, emotionally, sexually, is sort of common knowledge and understood and believed, and it's been out there for a long time. On the other, but I think, and now there is growing awareness that men are victimized. So in terms of I think the commonalities are the shame, the self-blame, the suffering, the dysfunction, the suicidal ideation, the suicide, the dysfunction, the anger. Those are all commonalities that occur for both male and female victims. I think males, it's more difficult for males to acknowledge that they've been abused. Now, there are all kinds of different studies on this. It really took me decades to come forward, and I think that's part of the male mentality. In other words, I should have protected myself. I'm strong, or Ken, just get over it. You can deal with this. So I think it's much more difficult in how men respond, and I think men seeking help in terms of therapy, men seeking help from family and friends. So I think that's a huge difference. And I also think another commonality that Doug mentioned is PTSD. I have PTSD. Many victims have PTSD. And one of the other recent awarenesses that I have, and this was as a result of being involved in MaleSurvivor, I came to discover that PTSD is contagious. In other words, if I'm a trauma victim, those in my immediate environment are also affected by my trauma through my mood swings, my depression, my anxiety. So that is certainly a commonality. Okay, let's move to number 4. So number 3 was true. Number 4, we've talked about already. It often can take male survivors decades to acknowledge their abuse. Now, I've read different numbers on this. I've read 3 or 4 decades. So it takes a long time to come forward if you're a male survivor, typically longer than it takes females to acknowledge the abuse. Number 5, typically the damaging effects of being a male survivor diminish rapidly. No, it's really, as Doug said, and as I've said repeatedly, it's a lifelong challenge and struggle to move forward and to heal. And the impact, this has impacted my spouse, this has impacted my kids, and I am on a constant, this is, and the other awareness that I've had is the good, bad, and ugly things that happen to you in life are foundational. They're part of who you are. And the healing process for me, and probably for many people, is to acknowledge the good, the bad, and the ugly, and to understand how the good, the bad, and the ugly has affected you psychologically and behaviorally, and then hopefully make changes in your brain and in your belief system, in your relationships with others, so that you can experience joy, happiness, comfort. And believe me, it's a struggle. It's a struggle. And I know Doug struggled with that. I've talked to many other male survivors who have struggled with it. As a board member of MaleSurvivor, and as somebody who has been connected to the legal community, sometimes people will refer male survivors to me, and they say, Ken, this would be somebody you can help out. And I'll be on the phone with them, and I'm not a counselor, I'm not a therapist, I don't, the only legitimacy I have to talk to somebody like that is the fact that I'm a survivor and we can connect. But man, I have talked to any number of male survivors personally on the phone or whatever, and some of the effects and some of the lifelong dysfunction long-term I don't find it triggering, but I find it very difficult and really shows me how the damage that this can do. Next slide, please. Okay. This is sexual predators who prey on males come in all shapes and sizes, age, sexuality, relationship to victim, gender. Obviously true. I think again, culturally, we have some stereotypes based on the stranger danger myth that that perpetrators, look, or we certainly know they act a certain way, particularly the serial predators in terms of the grooming behavior. But these can be family, friends, relatives, females do abuse males, males abuse females, females abuse females, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. So there's really no, and actually the stranger danger is generally not true. Usually the person who commits this crime is a known, respected member of the community or the family. So stereotypes about predators, other than the fact that they're very good at generating enablement, the traditional stereotypes of the guy hiding in the bush, no, ain't gonna happen. So that is a true statement. Next, in many states, there are major legal barriers that restrict holding predators civilly and/or criminally accountable. That is true, unfortunately. In my case, back in 2004, I was constrained from really filing a civil suit or even a criminal charge against my perpetrator on the civil side because of statute of limitations that existed in New Jersey at that time. And that's true in many states. And then and there are also criminal statute of limitations. And then on the criminal side, the criminal proof requires proof beyond a reasonable doubt. And by the way, I've talked to the FBI about my perpetrator, and he's still alive, but really there's no ability to, there's no incentive to conduct an investigation, because the likelihood that we could generate for a prosecutor proof beyond a reasonable doubt is unlikely. There's a really good resource, and it's from one of the organizations with whom MaleSurvivor.org has a relationship. Child USA, based in Philadelphia, is a major nonprofit organization. It was founded by Marcy Hamilton. She's the president and founder of Child USA. And it's a wonderful resource in terms of, first of all, the organization is a strong advocate for cultural and legislative reform to protect children, and children from physical, emotional, and sexual abuse. And Marcy has been a major promoter of legislative change. She's testified throughout the country. She's written editorials, etc. So if you're interested in looking at criminal and civil statute of limitations, state by state, Child USA is the place to go. You can just look for it on the web. It's a wonderful organization. We recently, and I'm going to talk about some of the other resources available for Male Survivor as I continue in self-promotion mode here this morning. Try not to be too self-promotional, but I can't avoid it. You know, I'm a communication strategist, and but at any rate, so there are major constraints. The good news is, in the state of New Jersey, a window law was passed that gave a 2-year window to eliminate the statute of limitations. So anybody at any stage in their life could then file a civil suit. So I actually now have a civil suit filed against Little League Baseball Incorporated in Williamsport, Pennsylvania. And it's being handled by a law firm, a major law firm in New Jersey that has handled Boy Scout stuff. And, you know, I have a long history of telling my story. My story is credible. Not only that, the predator publicly admitted to abusing me and abusing others. There's a Philadelphia Inquirer story, January 1st, 2012. It's called, the title of that story is Victim of a Different Coach and Era Speaks Up. And it was written by the lead reporter for the Sandusky case. So if you want to take a look at that, you might find that interesting as well. And so number 7 is true. There's constraints. There are major efforts to eliminate those constraints to holding perpetrators accountable. And I think it's very important to get those legislative changed, because I think it's, first of all, it's awareness. It can be healing. It can force the community and the predator to hold predators accountable. So, and some of the statute, and believe it or not, in Michigan, where we had the Larry Nassar case, and then we had the Robert Anderson University of Michigan team doctor case, even after Nassar and now after Robert Anderson, we have in Michigan some of the weakest civil and criminal laws for holding predators accountable, which is unfortunate, and it's very difficult to change. And part of that is the organizations that might be most affected by such change. By the way, the Catholic Church is the #1 lobbyist. They spend millions of dollars every year to fight these proposed legislative changes, lengthening the statute of limitations, and also teachers unions have fought those, Boy Scouts have fought those. There are major lobbying efforts to not enact laws that would hold abettors responsible, which I think is sad, but it's good that there are advocates out there. And number 8, for male survivors, telling our stories can be compelling and healing. And I've probably said that about 100 times already this morning. That is true. And I've found it very healing for myself. And when we talk to the victims advocates in Michigan, our big message was to these victim advocates was the importance of listening and believing. You know, believe it or not, people can be dismissive or disinterested or disingenuous. They might say, well, why did it take you 40 years to come forward? You know, oh, that guy couldn't have done it. He's a nice guy. Larry Nassar, he's a great guy. Robert Anderson is great. How did he do that? So I think the notion that survivors aren't telling the truth or looking for a legal settlement, you know what? I think we need to listen. We need to be empathetic. We need to have compassion. We need to understand how traumatic this is. And I think survivors are basically telling the truth. You know, we're telling the truth. It's so hard to come forward. It takes so much courage, and we endure so much pain. And so the book that I mentioned has a great title, the Dan Murphy book about the Larry Nassar, is called Start by Believing. And that was his message, that the institutions, the abettors, the community, we need all to listen, and we need to believe, and we need to be engaged, and we need to support. And I want to thank you for listening to my story and my self-promotion. I encourage you to visit MaleSurvivor.org, and you know, we have a discussion to see what it's like. And we do have some great webinars that we've done over the past several years, and they're posted on YouTube. And if you have any questions or interest in Male Survivor, you can certainly drop us an email. We're going to have another Male Survivor board member speak as a panelist today. And again, thank you for holding this event. And I feel so privileged to have had the opportunity to speak this morning. And thank you for being here. And thank you, Hartley House. Thank you, CAPES. Thank you, Doug. Thanks, everybody. Thanks to everybody.
Thank you so much, Ken, for speaking today. I'd like to remind everyone that this event is being recorded. If you'd like to see Ken's presentation again, we'll make the archive available after the event. We do have a couple of questions that came up during this. We'll be answering all questions during a panel conversation at the end of the event. Ken, if there's any topics in particular that people have for you, please mark those questions for Ken, and we'll make sure that Ken sees them. I definitely see a lot of interest in the legal conversations and confronting abusers. A lot of great quotes. Thank you so much for sharing your story, Ken. It was absolutely incredible. To recap, since I see that we fortunately keep picking up people as the event goes along. We started earlier today. We heard from members from Hartley House, CAPES. If you want to see the archive, you'll be able to see CAPES co-founder Doug Tinder's presentation on healing to community engagement. We just heard from Ken Stockton, a member of the board of directors for Male Survivors. He did myths and facts and fiction for Male Survivors. Absolutely phenomenal presentation you'll be able to see. Now, coming up in the event, we're going to be hearing from Robin Grove, the director for Child Advocacy Center of Frederick County. She'll be discussing ACEs. We'll be also discussing after that a presentation on the commercial sexual exploitation of children. And then after a short break, we'll be doing our Q&A panel. We'll have a couple of people you haven't heard from during the Q&A panel. So if you'd like to preload questions in the Q&A area, we've already seen a few pop up in there. Jen Metcalf from Hartley House, their engagement and prevention manager, will be joining us for that. David Washington, a member of the Washington County Health Department's harm prevention program. David has been a speaker in our previous panels. So if you have questions for David, please leave those as well. And we will also be having a presentation from, or we will also be joined during our Q&A by Paul Hatfield, who leads the men's support group with Hartley House. He's a professional counselor. So if you have questions in particular for that as well, those will all be coming up. So to quickly recap before we go to Robin, we are going to be recording this presentation. The archive will be available. We're not taking any questions during the presentations. Those will be addressed at 11:50 during an hour-long Q&A panel that'll feature all of our speakers as well as a few new people. So make sure to preload those questions. We've seen a couple of those questions show up in the chat area. So make sure to check out the Q&A feature. It's a little bit easier for us to address and check those off. So if you have a particular question, please load that into the Q&A area. This event is being put on by Hartley House, CAPES, and MaleSurvivor.org. All these organizations will have links for. In fact, I do have the article, the Inquirer article that Ken mentioned. I'm going to be putting that in the chat for people to be able to check out. We're going to take a short break right now, about a 5-minute break if people need to get up and stretch their feet. We'll have a little bit of, I think, maybe music. We'll find out what happens. You'll hear me chime in from time to time, reminding everyone what the basics of organization. But I'd like to thank everyone for being here today. We're going to start about a 5-minute break. So at 10:25, we'll be hearing from Robin Grove. She'll be discussing ACEs. She's the director of the Child Advocacy Center of Frederick County. Coming up, we have a conversation on the commercial sexual exploitation of children as well. Those are our next two panels leading to our Q&A discussion. We'll begin again at 10:25.
Give me a call when you get a minute when you can. Thank you.
Hey, Ken, you're not on mute.
I'm sorry. I'm never the.
Oh, now you're muted. Our presentation will begin again at 10:25. Just a reminder to everyone who maybe hasn't seen our list of presenters. We're going to be hearing from Robin Grove, the director of Child Advocacy Center of Frederick County. She'll be discussing ACEs. That is a topic that was briefly touched on during our first session with Doug Tinder, the co-founder of CAPES, the healing and community engagement. Our second presentation, which you'll be able to catch in our archive, was with Ken Stockton, a member of the board of directors of MaleSurvivor.org, the myths and facts about male survivors of sexual abuse. That one is particularly helpful. If you would like to share that to anyone during the archive, make sure to share that out. We will also be hearing on the topic of commercial sexualization of children. That'll be shortly following the Robin Grove ACEs presentation. And then we'll be having our Q&A panel. Just a reminder, I've seen a couple of great questions pop up in the chat. It's a little bit easier for us to track and revisit those if you use the Q&A feature. You can leave that in there. Please leave your questions. We'll be able to discuss all of those at 11:50. We'll have a full panel featuring all of our presenters. And if you have any other kind of questions you'd like to preload, we'll also be joined by a member of Hartley House, Jen Metcalf, who is their engagement and prevention manager. We'll have David Washington, who has been part of our 2 previous CAPES event as a presenter as well. David Washington is a member of the Washington County Health Department's harm prevention program. And we will also have Paul Hatfield, who is a licensed counselor. He leads the support groups at Hartley House. So make sure to follow along with that. If you have any questions in advance, don't forget to put those in the Q&A. We'll be hearing from Robin very shortly in about 2 minutes. Our presentation will begin again very shortly. I'd like to remind everyone that Hartley House has a 24-hour hotline, a crisis line at 301-662-8800. That is 301-662-8800. Hartley House, an incredible organization. We're also doing this in conjunction with CAPES, the Community Awareness Promoting Empowerment for Male Survivors. This is the CAPES virtual event. And we are also in conjunction with MaleSurvivor.org. Our next presenter, though, is going to be from a different organization. We have Robin Grove, the Director of Child Advocacy Center of Frederick County. She'll be discussing ACEs. Let me see here if I can. Robin, are you ready to present?
Sure am.
Fantastic. All right. So we'll be hearing from Robin. One little piece of housekeeping. We are recording this presentation, and please keep all questions to the Q&A feature or the chat feature below. The Q&A feature will be easier for us to track. So if you have any questions for Robin in particular, please mark for Robin, and we'll be able to discuss that during our full panel discussion at 11:50. Thank you so much, Robin. Take it away.
All right. Thank you, Pat. I appreciate that. And thank you, Hartley House and CAPES, for the opportunity to present with you today. And also, I would like to thank Ken for sharing his story and using his voice to empower others. That's remarkable, Ken. Thank you for that. So as you were told, I am Robin Grove. I am the Director of the Child Advocacy Center of Frederick County. I've been in the field of child maltreatment for about 20 years now. Began my career working as a court-appointed special advocate through the CASA program. And then for the last 12 years, I've been affiliated with child advocacy centers. The Child Advocacy Center here in Frederick County is a department within the Citizen Services Division of Frederick County government. And if you're unfamiliar with child advocacy centers, I'll tell you a little bit about what we do. We are nationally accredited by the National Children's Alliance, and we facilitate a child-focused, trauma-informed, multidisciplinary response to allegations of child abuse. We collaborate with local, state, and federal law enforcement agencies, Child Protective Services, the State's Attorney's Office, Frederick Health Hospital, and other community agencies throughout the investigative and prosecutorial processes to support victims of child abuse and their non-offending caregivers. We also, along with that coordination and facilitation of that response, we also provide direct services, forensic interviews, medical evaluations, trauma screenings, child and family therapy, advocacy, education, and prevention. Last year, we served more than 280 child victims and their non-offending family members. And just to put that into some context, during the first 2 quarters of this calendar year, we have served just about 200 kids. And child advocacy centers in general, there are more than 900 CACs nationwide. And in the state of Maryland, I am happy to report that each jurisdiction within the state of Maryland has a CAC. So there are 24 CACs in Maryland, and that's not to say states across the country, not every state has a CAC within every jurisdiction. So that's something for Maryland to be very proud of. Okay, next slide, please. All right, so we're here today to talk about ACEs. And if you are not familiar with that, ACEs stands for Adverse Childhood Experiences. You may have heard of it, but if not, I'll give you a little bit of an overview of it. I'll try not to get too much in the weeds on it, but back in 1995 to 1997, there was a groundbreaking study by Kaiser Permanente and the Centers for Disease Control, the CDC, to conceptualize negative experiences in childhood and their relationship to adverse health outcomes in adulthood. There were over 17,000 HMO members from Southern California that were receiving physical exams. And during that exam, they completed confidential surveys regarding their childhood experiences and their current health status and behaviors. So there were 10 survey questions on the original ACEs questionnaire. And those 10 questions looked at 3 specific kinds of adversity, various forms of abuse, emotional, physical, sexual, neglect, emotional and physical, and then household challenges, such as substance abuse, mental illness, family member being incarcerated. You can see those categories up on your screen. And then what they found through these surveys was that the demographics of the participants were 54% female, 46% male. The majority were white, 74.8%, followed by 11.2% of Hispanics. The majority were college graduates, 39.3%. And the ages, the majority were 60 years of age or older, coming in at like 46.4%, followed by 50 to 59, and then 40 to 49. The smallest category was 19 to 29 years old, at 5.3%. So they looked at those domains and the questions. There are some samples of those on the screen that you can see right now. So you can read those. Some of the other ones were more than once your child went without food, clothing, a place to live, or had no one to protect him or her, or as a child you experienced that yourself, or you lived with someone who had a drinking or who had a problem with drinking or were using drugs, or that they felt unsupported, unloved, or unprotected. So that was the original survey. And then in about 2014 or 2015, I believe, the Center for Youth and Wellness, they began adding additional questions to that survey. Questions that started to ask about things such as social isolation, bullying, community violence, racism, things like, has your child or have you experienced harassment or bullying at school? Have you been separated from a parent through your primary caregiver through deportation or immigration? Have you had a serious medical procedure or a life-threatening illness? So they started to expand on the social context of that questionnaire. Next slide, please. So the findings were, number one, that ACEs are quite common. More than 2/3 of the population report experiencing at least one ACE, and nearly a quarter have experienced 3 or more. They found that there is a powerful and persistent correlation between the more ACEs experienced and the greater the chance of poorer outcomes later in life, including dramatically increased risk of heart disease, diabetes, obesity, depression, substance abuse, smoking, poor academic achievement, time out of work, and even early death. And they found that a score of 4 emerged as a threshold for predicting those negative outcomes, with a graded increase in risk that corresponded with each of those endorsed past 4. So what they concluded was that exposure to these adverse experiences could impair social, emotional, cognitive development, and that those deficits could facilitate the adoption of risky behaviors that would heighten the susceptibility to disease and social problems. So what it was is that it was creating a pathway from these early adverse childhood experiences to premature mortality. The ACE study in its time led to a major paradigm shift in how we were looking at adult behavior and disease across the lifespan. So the higher ACE score was reliably predicting the occurrence of disease, addiction, and death. And so basically what it was saying is that early adversity had a lasting impact. So next slide, please. So, and why is that? What is happening here with all of these things, right? So if we can take a look at the neurodevelopment and how ACEs impacts brain development, and then in turn, the upper levels of that pyramid, as you go from the adverse childhood experiences to the disrupted neurodevelopment onto the social, emotional, and cognitive impairment. And then the adoption of the risky behaviors, and then the disease and the disability and the social problems all the way to the early mortality. The thing that you can think about is that brains are built, they're not born, and brains are built from the bottom up. So brain architecture is an ongoing process that begins before birth and it continues into adulthood. So like the construction of a home, the building process begins with laying that foundation and then framing the rooms and then wiring the electrical system in a predictable sequence. And early experiences literally shape how the brain gets built. And a strong foundation in the early years increases the probability of positive outcomes. And a weak foundation, on the contrary, increases the odds of later difficulties. So one of the things that sturdy brain architecture supports is the development of basic emotional and social skills. And those basic skills are the building blocks for executive function and self-regulation. And that's like the air traffic control in the child's mental airspace. So good mental function and good air traffic control in a child are essential for success in school and in life. And the brain architecture that underlies these skills, they're not made by children on their own, right? Rather, it is supported by the adults and the caregivers and the community within a child's life. So understanding that strong brain architecture is built from the bottom up, and that it's developed through this serve and return process, which is a repeated positive interaction between a child and a caregiver or another family member or another supportive adult within the community. And understanding that supports the executive function and the self-regulation, which affect health and decision-making. Some of the examples of serve and return, if you hadn't heard that before, it's basically that, you know, a little baby will smile at you, you smile back. A little baby starts babbling and giggling and you start babbling and giggling back. It could be, you know, a child giving you a toy and then you commenting on the toy. There's a great video that was circulating around on Facebook several months ago of a toddler and his caregiver sitting on the couch, and the toddler's just babbling away. And that caregiver just started babbling right back to him and having this conversation with this child. And it was just an amazing thing to watch. And those are the types of serve and return interactions that really help to build that very, very strong foundation for healthy brain development along the lifespan. So next slide, please. All right, so talking about ACEs and the developing brain, because a child's brain is developing and being built, the impact of trauma is more global on children than it is on adults. Here you can see the parts of the brain that are really impacted by stress that can be caused by trauma. So the hippocampus is a developmental moment from like 18 to 24 months, but the development continues throughout childhood into early adolescence. And it's the center of short-term memory, and it connects emotion of fear to the context of which the threatening event occurs. And it elevates cortisol levels, it affects growth and performance of this region of the brain. And then the lower the hippocampal volume is, it is associated with major depression and things like diabetes. So then you move to the amygdala, which achieves a peak volume between the ages of 9 and 11, with gradual pruning throughout that process. And that triggers emotional responses. It detects whether a stimulus is threatening or not. And it also produces elevated cortisol levels, especially in early childhood, that can increase its volume. So it has the opposite impact of stress hormones as on the hippocampus. And then later exposure to toxic stress can decrease the volume of the amygdala. And that's associated with a number of psychiatric diagnoses. And then last is the prefrontal cortex. It matures later in childhood, even in early adulthood. And it is the center of executive functioning. And it regulates thoughts, emotions, and actions. It's especially sensitive to elevated brain chemicals caused by stress in adolescence. And toxic stress due to severe maltreatment of any type has been found to reduce that brain volume by 20%. And if you look at the difference between a healthy brain and an abused brain on your screen on the right side there, you can see that the temporal lobes, which regulate emotions and receive input from the senses, they are nearly inactive in an abused brain. But it's very, very important to know that neural plasticity makes recovery and adaptation possible. And it pays to intervene early, and the brain has the ability to change in response to its experiences. So I don't want you to think this is all doom and gloom. There is that ability for the brain to kind of help with its building process and learn and grow and develop these things, even if they have been experiencing a traumatic experiences in their early life. So next screen, please. All right, so you heard me mention toxic stress. Let's look at the different types of stress that we have in our lives and kids have in their lives. There is positive stress, which is, believe it or not, that's a good thing, right? It's brief. And it could be something along the lines of like meeting new people where you're stressed off, you know, for a little bit, but then you kind of regulate yourself down and you talk to them, or trying a new sport, or performing in a play, or giving a presentation to a community. These are the things, these are these very brief little stresses that increases your heart rate, and you have a mild elevation in stress hormone levels. And they're very, very healthy for development because they help, especially in childhood, they help to prepare kids how to cope with these future challenges. And then we can have the tolerable stress, which is temporary. And this may be something along the lines of a child experiencing an acute event, you know, like a death or a separation from a parent or a significant illness. And it has a serious stress response, but with the support and understanding of a caregiver and the support of a community, the child can weather this experience. And so we call this type of stress tolerable because it's temporary. And then another kind of stress that I talked about earlier is toxic stress. And toxic stress is bad for brain development. It is prolonged activation of the stress response system without a protective relationship. So during that time, the child would experience strong, frequent, and prolonged adversity, such as physical or emotional abuse, sexual abuse, chronic neglect, caregiver substance abuse or mental illness, exposure to violence, or all those accumulated burdens of family challenges. But the important thing to realize is that these experiences without an adequate caregiver or adult support, this prolonged stress can have a very adverse effect on the child's developing brain, because it can disrupt the development of that brain architecture that we talked about earlier, the building of that house. And it can increase the risk for stress-related disease and cognitive impairment well into the adult years. So if a child is exposed to serious ongoing hardships like abuse and neglect, separation from their caregiver, and they have no one else in their life to provide that support, the basic structures of the developing brain may be damaged. So without a sturdy foundation to support that future development, the child can be at risk for that lifetime of health problems, developmental issues, and even addictions. But it is possible to fix some of the damage of toxic stress later on in life. But I think, as we all probably know, prevention is far easier than going back and fixing those things. So next screen, please. There we go. So ACEs and toxic stress. So you have the activation of the body's stress management system, and that produces a variety of physiological reactions, right? You have the stressful event, you have this release of adrenaline, your heart beats faster, your blood pressure rises, the cortisol starts dumping in, which is a stress hormone, and cytokines, which are proteins that are associated with inflammation and other body functions. Your body is prepared to deal with a threat, right? It's ready to fight or flight. And so then what happens is these chronic stressful conditions, such as those caused by adverse childhood experiences, extreme poverty, neglect, abuse, severe maternal depression, what the scientists are calling toxic stress, disrupts that architecture of the developing brain. So for a child growing up in an environment of toxic stress, it can be, as it shows on the screen here on the right-hand side, the effect would be similar to revving a car engine for days or weeks at a time. Just imagine the stress that that puts on the actual car, right? So take that and correlate that to what a child may be experiencing. That stress does the same thing to their physiological system. And that can lead to lifelong difficulties in learning, memory, and self-regulation. So we know that kids that are exposed to serious early stress develop an exaggerated stress response that over time weakens their defense systems against diseases. And so healthy development depends on the capacity of these systems to ramp up rapidly in the face of stress, as well as their ability to return to that baseline when the threat has been mastered. And for kids in particular, it's the interaction with these caring and supportive adults that can help them return to that baseline. So without that relationship and those serve and return interactions, those physiological responses remain activated at higher levels over a significant period of time and can have these adverse effects. Most prominent among those are the consequences of that persistent elevated cortisol level, which can literally be toxic to developing brain architecture. Our bodies are sensitive enough to elevated cortisol levels that scientists recently have been looking at the impact of elevated cortisol in adults. That is coming as a result of the constant input of distressing information that we're receiving over our phones, over our computers, over our televisions. So that is definitely something to be aware of. Next screen, please. All right. So in the words of Bessel van der Kolk and everyone in the field of child maltreatment and ACEs and neurophysiology knows the guru himself, following abuse and neglect, the world is experienced with a different nervous system. And this is what this screen is devoted to trying to explain. Dr. Dan Siegel conceptualized this with the concept known as the window of tolerance. And as you can see, that's on the left-hand side. That window of tolerance describes the normal brain and body reactions following times of adversity. So what it suggests is that there is an optimal zone that allows for the ups and the downs of emotions that we all experience, right? Every single day, we may experience hurt, anger, anxiety, or on the other end of that, we may experience exhaustion, overwhelmness, sadness, that takes us closer to the edge of that window of tolerance. But generally, what we're able to do is we're able to utilize strategies that shift us out of that and bring us back into the window. So as we're getting to those outer limits, we start to do things like, deep breathing. We may do, some soothing things, such as rocking back and forth in your chair or standing in line and you rock back and forth. You're bringing your body back into balance. You're bringing it back into that window of tolerance. So if you look at that, on the right-hand side, the symptoms of the undischarged traumatic stress as compared to a healthy nervous system, you can see that you get that arousal, right? And you're within that window of tolerance. And then you utilize some strategy that brings your body back into balance. And so you go up and you go down and you go up and you stay within that window. And then when you're looking on the right and you see that symptoms of the undischarged traumatic stress, what happens is that arousal takes us to that higher limit of that range. And you're not able to manage the arousal or the activation. And what happens is you get stuck, right? So you either get stuck up here in a hyper arousal state, or you can get stuck down here, which you can't see me, but you can get stuck down here in a hypo arousal state. So if you're stuck in that car engine revving mode, you're experiencing anxiety, panic, hyperactivity. You have this exaggerated startle response. You can't relax. You're restless. You're hypervigilant. You're looking for threats everywhere. And then physically, you can have digestive problems, chronic pain, sleeplessness. And then on the other end of that, when you get in, you're in that stuck on the off position. That's where you have may present with a flat affect. You may have depression, exhaustion, chronic fatigue, disorientation, pain, low blood pressure, poor digestive systems. So staying within that window of tolerance is very, very important, and utilizing and learning and knowing about these healthy coping strategies that you can do to help regulate yourself to bring you back and keep you within that window is very important. And children who have experienced maltreatment, ACEs, those types of things, have more of a tendency to get outside of those windows if they have not had that supportive relationship to help them manage that. Next screen, please. All right, so looking at this impact of toxic stress, you can see on the left, this is a little bit bigger picture, so you can kind of tell those different things in that hyper arousal state and that hypo aroused state. And so manifesting, connecting the ACEs to the brain development and toxic stress and the impact on the nervous system, you can see how that affects the emotional, behavioral, and physical health of people, the biological and emotional dysregulation, diminished capacity to regulate impulses, disrupted attachment, numbing, poor boundaries, depression. It can be expressed and manifest as those traumatic responses in the fight, flight, freeze, and fawn that you can see on the screen in front of you. There are very things, the fight. When you experience that fight response, you're irritable, you're angry, you're aggressive, you're moving towards something, right? Then when you feel that flight, it's like you feel that anxiety and that fear as well, and panic, and you avoid and you move away from it. And then the freeze is where you can be immobilized. It can manifest as being spaced out, disassociated, depression, shame, all of those things go into play. And then the fawning, which is one of the new responses that we've learned about over the last couple of years that they've brought to light, is, fawning response is also a traumatic response. People pleasing, avoiding conflicts, prioritizing other people's needs over your own. You can't say no. You say yes to everyone. Sure, I'll do that. I can do that. Yes, I can do that. Yes, you have difficulty setting boundaries for your own self-benefit. And it's a very difficult thing to do. So those are the impacts of toxic stress, which is caused through adverse childhood experiences such as child maltreatment. How am I doing on time? Okay, next screen, please. All right, so connecting the dots. As you can see, it's probably pretty illustrated. I think you guys probably have gotten the gist of all of that. But as your ACEs scores go up, that means that you're lowered life expectancy, right? And that there is a dose-response relationship. So as we said, 4 ACEs leads to an increased risk. And you can see some of the things that are outlined here. If you have 6 or more ACEs, you can live 20 years fewer. You are 24.36 times more likely to attempt suicide. And for males, 46 more times likely to be an injection drug user. 4 ACEs leads to increased risk. You're more likely to smoke, 7 times more likely to become an alcoholic, 10 times more likely to inject street drugs, and 32 times more likely to have behavioral problems at school. So over the course of a lifetime, ACEs in any category can increase the likelihood of a suicide attempt by 2 to 5 times. And there is, like I said, that dose-response relationship, and I'll talk a little bit more about that as we move on. Next slide, please. So not everyone who has an ACE is affected the same way, right? So what's going on with that? Well, we have the negative factors such as child abuse, right? Or adverse childhood experiences. And then we have positive factors such as that supportive child relationship, nurturing, attachment, those types of things. So science tells us that some kids develop resilience or the ability to overcome serious hardship, while others may struggle. So what's going on there? So trying to understand why some children do well despite these adversities is kind of a crucial area, right? And it's an area of emergent science, and it's, looking at the positive childhood experiences. So visualize the balance here, or a seesaw, and the biological and genetic makeup is the fulcrum. So then, as research shows that the single most common factor for children who develop resilience is having at least one stable and committed relationship with a supportive parent, caregiver, or other adult. And biological resistance can also make a difference. And what scientists believe is that it's the interaction between biology and the environment that builds a child's ability to cope with adversity and overcome threats to healthy development. So our responsibility, society, all of us, to children includes a responsibility to our societal types of structures, right? Fair wages, access to healthcare, all the other essential building blocks of well-being. So when kids and youth experience serious adversity, like witnessing violence or sexual abuse or neglect, we have a shared responsibility to buffer the impact of that. And one of the ways they were looking at doing that was to have pediatricians have conversations with families when they come into their child visits, right? To talk with them about things that their children may have experienced. And then if there's a need, that doctor can connect them to resources within the community. The idea is to add positive supports and positive factors to counterbalance the weight of any of those negative experiences. Next slide, please. So looking at those protective factors, right? Research has identified that there's a common set of those that predispose children to positive outcomes in the face of significant adversity. So individuals who can demonstrate resilience in response to one form of adversity may not necessarily do so in response to another. But when these positive influences are operating effectively, they stack the scale. So the positive weight optimizes the resilience across multiple different contexts. And those counterbalancing factors include facilitating supportive adult-child relationships, building a sense of self-efficacy and perceived control in children, providing opportunities to strengthen and adaptive skills for self-regulation capacities, sources of faith, sources of hope, cultural traditions. As you can see on the screen here, the protective factors, when they're present and they're robust, the likelihood of abuse and neglect diminish. So parent resilience, allowing parents to feel better, thereby offering them a more nurturing environment for their children. How parents respond to stress is much more important than the stressor itself in determining the outcome for their kids. It's part of a larger system. And you have to keep in mind too, that many parents, adults, you, me, anyone in this room, anyone you walk outside and meet, we've all experienced ACEs of some sort, right? And most of us have some kind of trauma background. So people need people who can genuinely care, who will listen, who can provide them with well-informed advice and give them a high level of emotional support that helps build parent resilience, which trickles into their children's resilience. Knowledge of parenting and child development. So developing, talking with parents about, how brains are built and not born, helping them understand the nurturing that is needed to help build that healthy brain architecture from the beginning. Letting them know that, developing brains, they need exercise, they need sleep, they need proper nutrition, they need stimulation, they need to be read to, they need to be played with, they need stimulating environments. Knowledge changes over time. Parents, you have your children, there's typically not a handbook given to you when you go out of that hospital with that kid, and also the knowledge that we have currently changes over time. There was a time when it was the standard practice was to lay a baby on their stomachs when they slept. That is no longer the standard of practice, right? So helping parents learn these things is very important. Teaching that serve and return that I talked about earlier, giving that consistent nurturing and attachment to your children, helping them identify opportunities for them and their children to interact with others within the community. Some very genuine and authentic relationships can be built that way. Empowering parents to participate in learning, and educating them about the connection between what they may have experienced, what their ACEs background may be, to their present reactions, and then help them see how potentially making some changes, could be very, very advantageous for them moving forward and for their children growing up. So it's important that when parents seek help, that we provide that help to them in a way that does not increase their stress, but it's respectful, it's coordinated, and it's caring, and it's strengths-based. So parents oftentimes have unrealized resources within themselves and competencies that they haven't even identified. So if we can help identify them and mobilize them and appreciate them, then it will help us as we move on. And obviously, if we can enrich that environment, they can do the same for their children moving forward. So next screen. All right, so header here, what can be predicted can be prevented, right? So understand the shift in the mindset here. Looking at taking that stance from, seeing a child responding in a certain way and saying, what is wrong with you? Looking at that child or that adult even, what has happened to you, right? The body, the brain wants to heal. And part of that science includes evidence-based practices, as well as practice-based evidence by people, organizations, communities that are integrating this trauma-sensitive, trauma-informed, trauma-responsive, resilience building, looking at protective factors, looking at how the brain of a teen with a high ACE score can be healed with cognitive behavioral therapy, or how schools can integrate trauma-informed and resilience building practices. As a point of note, several years ago, we partnered with Frederick County Public Schools and implemented workshops for teachers and school personnel to learn trauma-sensitive yoga, so that they could learn those skills not only for themselves, but that they could go back to their classrooms and they could implement those skills with the kids in their classrooms to help them emotionally regulate themselves and then carry that forward throughout their days. So recognizing those types of supports that we can put into the community will obviously better society for everyone, right? And I think it's important to note too that recent science has come along and has seen, as I think is pretty apparent, sometimes it takes science to, time to catch up with common sense, right? Not all ACEs are created equal. Although the original study treated them as equal. So there has to be some kind of a potency, I think, given to some of these things. Not only a dose response, 2 ACEs, 3 ACEs, 4 ACEs leads to this, this, and this. But I think it's also important to look at the potency of each of those questions that are in that survey. One child experiencing separation and divorce may not be equal to a child, who has experienced sexual abuse. And then even one child experiencing separation and divorce within their family may not be equal to what it would be like for another child to experience separation and divorce within their family. So I think that it's important to recognize that there are some limitations with the ACEs study, and I think it's important for everyone to recognize that. I think exclusively focusing on adverse experiences, I think that you run the risk of labeling kids and their families, and it kind of neglects to kind of focus and shift that attention toward the possibility of flourishing even in the face of adversity, and promoting the positive childhood experiences that kids need in those day-to-day relationships and interactions. So I think we need to balance the adverse childhood experiences with the positive childhood experiences, so that we can have hope for healing and hope for these relationships. ACEs is a part of the story. It is not the entire story. And I think another recent science has come out through Tufts. I think it's Tufts Children's Hospital that has come up with Hope Science, which is healthy outcomes from positive experiences. So they're looking at 4 broad categories of positive childhood experiences that encourage health, functioning, and quality of life outcomes. And they've been identified as nurturing and supportive relationships, number one on the list. Safe, stable, protective, and equitable environments in which kids can develop, play, learn, social engagement, and connectedness, and social and emotional competencies. When children are nurtured and they're free from harm, they are able to gain mastery across all of these domains that establish the basis for future learning and functioning within the context of their families, within the context of their communities. So I think that I would be remiss in saying it's very, very important to remember ACEs is just a part of the story. It is not the entire story. And next slide. All right. I will end on this note where we are going to move from a frame of loss to a frame of gain. So look at the loss, how all of those things starting at the bottom going up to the top. So all of the unjust, unfair policies, practices, past and present, right? Stressful, harmful social conditions, child and family adversity, disrupted that brain development, causes social, emotional, academic challenges, and then we lose that potential. Whereas when we are going to a gain frame and we have those supportive policies and programs and supports in place, children can grow. They can grow in a responsive, stimulating, and supportive environment where we can have this broad well-being. So every child is filled with tremendous promise. And we have a shared duty to foster that potential. So that means shoring up all of these ways that we support families and that we support victims of child abuse. Every policy we set, from child tax credits all the way to paid leave, all of those things, we need to reduce the financial pressure on families and increase the time and capacity that they have to support these relationships. This approach will not just prevent child abuse and neglect, it'll promote greater well-being for children's families and communities at large. And that's how I will end this, on a positive note, folks. Thank you. Thank you very much for your time. I look forward to any questions.
Thank you so much, Robin. You just heard from Robin Grove, the director of the Child Advocacy Center of Frederick County. If you would like to rehear her presentation, we will be posting the archive of this presentation after it is over. We've recorded the entire event. And as Robin just said, we will be doing a full Q&A panel at the end of all of our speakers. We only have one more speaker left. It is Nathan Lasheen. We'll be beginning with him very shortly at 11:10. He'll be discussing the commercial sexual exploitation of children. A little bit of housekeeping here. We do have that Q&A panel coming up at 11:50. That will feature all of our speakers, including a few people you haven't heard from yet. We'll be joined by Jen Metcalf from Hartley House, their engagement and prevention manager. David Washington, who has been on previous CAPES panels that we have done so far. He is from the Washington County Health Department's Harm Prevention Program. And we'll be joined by Paul Hatfield, who is a licensed counselor who leads some of the male support groups here at Hartley House. Now, if you joined us after the start of the event, this is the CAPES virtual webinar. We are teaming up with Hartley House, CAPES, MaleSurvivor.org. We have speakers from all those organizations. You just heard from Robin Grove, the director of Child Advocacy Center. In the past, we have heard from Ken Stockton, one of the board of directors from MaleSurvivor.org, and the co-founder of CAPES, Doug Tinder, gave a session on from healing to community engagement. We have one more speaker, so if you do have questions, I am starting to see our Q&A panel fill up. At the bottom of your screen, you'll see Q&A. Please leave questions in there. We'll be able to address those during our hour-long roundtable discussion. We are taking general questions as well as speaker-specific questions. So if you'd like to particularly address Ken or Doug or Robin or any of our speakers, just write "for Ken" or "for Robin" at the start of your question, and we'll be able to address that during our roundtable conversation. Please fill that up. We're also seeing a lot of comments in our chat area. It's a little bit easier to handle questions in the Q&A. So one final reminder, We are recording this presentation. It will be available afterwards. Our Q&A is coming up, so please leave questions there. And we will actually have a short break after Nathan's presentation, so you'll be able to maybe walk around, get a drink, and get ready for our Q&A panel. All righty, so our next part of the presentation, our next presenter is Nathan Lasheen. He is from the MaleSurvivor.org. He's one of their board of directors, and he'll be discussing the commercial sexual exploitation of children. One final reminder before he begins, the Hartley House hotline, the crisis hotline, is available 24/7. It is 301-662-8800. If you have an elevated heart rate, or if any of this is just making you need to reach out or seek help or just discuss, the crisis hotline is 301-662-8800. All righty, let's hear it from Nathan. Nathan, take it away.
Hey, good morning, everybody. Thank you so much. As Pat said, my name is Nathan Lasheen. I'm one of the board of director members for MaleSurvivor. I'm also a survivor myself of early childhood sexual abuse. And that has given me kind of the passion to really look at this from different perspectives. So here in Washington State, I'm a therapeutic foster parent, so I do a lot of work with at-risk youth and kind of seeing that connections between early childhood traumas, as we talked about with ACEs, with youth that are part of the LGBTQIA+ community, youth that are system involved. They also experience, unfortunately, commercial sexual exploitation. So what I wanted to go through with this is kind of get a rough definitions and give us kind of a, the same ability to discuss this topic. So next slide, please. So what we're kind of looking at is what is CSEC? Because everybody's kind of heard those terms, and kind of the first things that come to mind for a lot of people is going to be the street prostitution, some of the internet-based exploitations, escort services, those kind of things. But what we don't think about is internet-based. That's one of the highest growing sections, unfortunately, right now of the exploitation of youth. So 3 out of 4 victims are actually trafficked online. We've known that for a while now. We've also known is that the average CSEC victim is moving up to 2.5 states before they are recovered. So just let that sink in. So I'm in Washington State, and if you're not familiar, Washington's kind of up here, and then we have the I-5 corridor that goes all the way down to Mexico, all the way up to Canada. That is one of the biggest trafficking areas because it's able to stay on one road. You're able to hit all of these places that have high levels of tourism, high levels of social gathering. So you have sports teams, you have social events, you have conventions, and all of that contributes to the CSEC. So some of the bigger ones that are also growing is unfortunately the internet-based trafficking, the pornography. So a lot of people go, oh, well, pornography is, it's not hurting somebody. It's not XYZ. But in actuality, a lot of CSEC victims actually are forced to engage in pornography. So they're also forced to engage in the sex trade as well. So erotic and nude massages used to be a very big thing where you had the parlors and they would be advertising. A lot of us probably remember as Backpage. So Backpage was an internet hosting site that allowed people to post basically any type of ads. That has been since shut down because now the government has said that if a site is allowing child sex tourism to be promoted on there, that they are liable for it. So you don't see a lot of the erotic and nude massage or the escort services, but you still see youth being trafficked online through social media, through game sites, through any of the popular dating apps out there. They're all on there. Next slide, please. Can you go ahead? Perfect. So the FBI has actually identified 13 major hubs for CSEC here in the continental US. So when you're looking at this, what can you kind of divulge from this and look at where the stars are is actually representing high density populations. It's also representing high net worth. It's also looking at is that some of these areas have multiple sports arenas or they're huge hubs for distribution of goods and services, or they're also huge international hubs. So we have to look at is that with victims being trafficked across 2.5 states, they could start out in Florida and they could end up in DC. This is an incredibly big challenge of being able to identify youth. So next slide, please. So as we kind of get into this and, we really want to reshape the narrative. So with CSEC, commercial sexual exploitation of children, we kind of, everybody kind of thinks, oh, well, this is, female victims. Well, in actuality, it's male victims as well. And the challenging thing we have when it comes to any of these kind of facts and research is a lot of victims don't come forward. As Doug said, almost 90% don't come forward. So how do we really gauge numbers? So some of the studies that have recently come out of Canada, Norway, and Sweden have found similar rates of exploitation among males and females. So just let that sink in, that we have studies that are coming out now that are saying it's similar levels of exploitation of male victims versus female victims. What advertising have you seen to support male victims of sexual abuse, let alone male victims of trafficking? What public service announcement have you seen? What local support organizations have you seen that have focused in on the male victims? You don't see a lot. What causes that? Well, some of that is that, our gender stereotypes. The gender stereotypes for men is what? Knight in shining armor, right? Men don't cry, buck up, rub some dirt in that. Boys don't cry, do X, Y, Z. And that really becomes a challenge, because how do I, as a man, admit that I was a victim of a very intense crime, but yet society says it's better to go down fighting, right? You're the man, you should always be able to fight. It goes against this huge gender stereotypes, which is very toxic in our culture, which makes it hard for male victims to come forward. Ken's already covered a lot of the myths of male sexual abuse. Those, again, they prevent male victims from coming forward and really being able to discuss in an open and safe environment. Think about when you look around at the resources in your own communities, what resources are there for sexual abuse survivors as a whole? Very limited, right? That's why we're having these great conversations. That's why we're all discussing this. Now think about what support mechanisms are there for male victims of sexual abuse. Some of the challenges we even run into is across our nation, the laws are different. The definition of rape is different in each state. The legal definition versus what a forensic examiner is going to use could be different. So not having shared language very much impacts being able to come forward as a male victim. When we look at international, there are still countries that say that men cannot be raped, that the definition of rape itself is vaginal penetration. So how are men able to come forward? That's where having these conversations become incredibly important. Having organizations that are here to support and educate and provide that knowledge. Another challenge we face is the failure to just acknowledge that men can be victimized. We are starting to see more of the movements that are coming out as a Me Too and the Men Too movement. They've really started to focus and say that you can be a victim of sexual abuse, that you can have this persona out in public is that everything is great, everything's going forward, but you could be having challenges at home, that you could be a victim. Again, how are we changing that narrative? Having these conversations is how we change that narrative. Educating people, what are, even looking at in Seattle, Washington, up until the early 2000s, we actually would prosecute the child sex worker over the person buying the service. So the person being victimized was the one that we arrested and prosecuted at significantly higher rates than the perpetrator that was buying the service. It's now flipped, and we prosecute the perpetrators and we support the victims. Think about in media. How does media refer to prostitutes? Do we refer to them as underage sex workers? Do we refer to them as hustlers? Do we refer to them however? These are child sexual abuse victims. There's no such thing as an underage sex worker. They don't have a choice. When we talk about the people that are buying the services, do we historically refer to them as Johns? Yeah, but we know that women also pay for sex. We know that LGBTQI+ pay for sex, but we still consistently say that the perpetrator is a John and that the victim is a prostitute or an underage sex worker, when in actuality, they're the victims. So just changing that narrative in how you hear your news opens up a whole new world of that these are victimized young people. We know in some of the studies that young men are 3 times as likely to trade sex for a place to stay compared to females. So this is what is called survival sex. Survival sex is where youth has to meet their basic needs. We know men are 3 times more likely to engage in this behaviors because it's the only tool they have to make sure that they have food, that they have shelter, that they have clothes. Now, I don't know about any of you, but if you have a teenager, a cell phone to them can be considered a basic need. So they might engage in this because this is the only way they know how to get their needs met. We also know is that transgender youth are 7 times more likely to engage in survival sex. Again, basic needs have to be met. When these kids are system involved, they don't have an education, they don't have employable skills. How do they get their basic needs met? They engage in survival sex. They get prostituted. They hook up with a pimp that's willing to share some of the money with them. It's not a choice that they're making. It's a lack of choices. They don't have other choices and options. Next slide, please. So we know commercial sexual exploitation with the LGBTQI+ community is incredibly rampant. We know several things about LGBTQI+ youth. So LGBTQ youth make up roughly 5 to 7% of the population, but they make up 20 to 40% of the homeless youth population. Just let that sink in. 5 to 7% of general population is part of the LGBTQI+ community, and 20 to 40% of them are homeless. That is staggering. How many LGBTQI+ homeless shelters do you know of in your areas? I don't know very many. We know system-involved youth out of the 2020 study down in California identified that 31% of youth that are engaged in foster care are part of the LGBTQI+ community. Transgender youth, specifically in New York City, have been found 8 times more likely than their non-transgender youth to engage in survival sex. 8 times more likely. This isn't them making a choice and it's a harmless act because everybody is quote unquote consenting to it. They have no other choices. This is a lack of choice, which is why they engage in survival sex. It is not a victimless crime. LGBTQI+ youth also experience STDs, STIs at higher rates, physical violence at higher rates, sexual violence at higher rates as well. So some of the common pathways of entry into the sexual exploitation and the trafficking world is a peer. So how this looks, especially within system-involved youth, if they're at group care centers or they're in foster care, is that they might not get an allowance, or they might not get an allowance that makes enough for them to maintain their style, right? Don't kids want to have the brand newest shoes or phone or whatever it is? Sometimes a peer will tell them, hey, I know how you can make XX doing this. Because the kids are trying to get their basic needs met and their friends don't see it as abuse. They think that this is just supporting and helping each other. In actuality, it's incredibly damaging for each other. Then kind of the next way is being approached by a buyer. Homeless youth can be on the streets for as little as 12 hours when they're first approached by somebody willing to pay for the sex with them. That's astounding that within the first 12 to 24 hours, depending on where the youth is, they can be approached by somebody to be sexually abused. How quickly could that happen to any of our kids? How are they going to get their basic needs met? This is a way, because people take advantage of them. Next slide. So risk factors. So I apologize, this one is a little blurry, but so some of the risk factors of CSEC victims, especially male victims of sexual abuse, is stigmas of masculinity. We've kind of talked about that. There's always this perception in our culture that men are that knight in shining armor. We, glamorize going down, in a fight, in a blaze of glory, right? You tell people it's always better to just go out fighting, How then does a male victim come forward and say they weren't able to fight, that they were too traumatized, that flight or freeze or shutdown mode hit, and they just froze? when everything in our society says that is unacceptable, that is not being a man, you are to fight to the bitter end. How would somebody come forward? How would a 12-year-old, how would an 8-year-old, how would a 16-year-old come forward? How would any survivor of childhood sexual abuse be able to come forward in these scenarios? Homophobia, transphobia, and racism. We have epidemics going on in our culture right now. How, when you also happen to be part of the BIPOC community, we know that you're at the highest risks for being physically assaulted. 47% of students in the national survey that were part of the LGBTQI+ community and were BIPOC reported experiencing physical violence. So how are they going to come forward when they're experiencing physical violence? They're experiencing the racism. It's not easy. The socioeconomic factors that play into this. If I have to have my basic needs met because I have no other way, what are you going to do? Unfortunately, there are perpetrators that are willing to traffic the kids, willing to, after years of being trafficked, how does that person get out of this lifestyle? How do they get the support, the understanding? Where do they get their employment skills? What if this kid has been trafficked from state to state, never finished high school? How are they, if without an education and they've been trafficked for the young part of their teenage adult life, what job skills do they have? How do they get out of that lifestyle? And that's what we need to address, of what supports are in the community to support the kids as they're coming out of this and as the young adults. Gang activity. Yeah. Unfortunately, a lot of the kids that have been abused, they're craving what? Connection, belonging. Gangs unfortunately offer that. Being victims themselves or witnessing domestic violence within the family. Again, a lot of trafficking is familiar-based, which means family-based, which means that parents themselves could have been trafficked, grandparents, aunts and uncles, and it's built into that family structures. This is part of the societal norms. Substance and alcohol abuse. Again, how is a person able to come forward and admit they've been victimized when they're on drugs and alcohol? Family dysfunction, system involvement, all of those things, again, play into these dynamics and keep the kids in the cycle, keep the young adults in the cycle. Depression, low self-esteem. Again, what are kids craving? What are young adults craving? Attention. They're usually socially isolated, right? Perpetrators have this ability of finding young victims that are craving attention. And that gets used because they want attention. They then say, well, I'll give you this and you do this. And then it escalates into, well, you're going to go work this street for me. You're going to go to this person's house. And they get further and further into this. Next slide. So this actually came out of the New Yorker. So this was in 1997. I want you to know, Sheila, that you will always be more than just a babysitter to me. What message is this sending to male victims of sexual abuse? That it's cool to sleep with your babysitter? That it's okay? That you're more of a man if you sleep with an older woman? That it's funny? Now imagine, just imagine if the gender roles in this cartoon were reversed. Do we believe for a second if it was a male babysitter and a female child that this would have been published in the New York Times? Sorry, the New Yorker? Do we believe that a cartoonist would have found that funny? We have to confront that our own society and our social norms prevent male victims from coming forward. How many, when I was in high school, people would joke around. I was in the time with the Monica Lewinsky incidents going on. And people are like, man, I wish I could have slept with my 6th grade teacher. That's so cool. They're so lucky. No, the 6th grader does not want to sleep with an adult. How do I reconcile then seeing a cartoon like this? when adults are making fun of and saying, oh, you'll be more than a babysitter to me. That's a slap in the face. That totally slams the door of saying, hey, I need to come forward and discuss that I was sexually assaulted. I was sexually assaulted by a woman. How do you account for that? And yet people are making fun of this. They drew a cartoon. And the message is, it's funny. You should be happy. You should be feeling lucky and proud. You don't feel that when you're a victim of sexual abuse. Next slide. So we kind of discussed pathways of entry. Now, years ago, when I first started doing this trainings, I was absolutely floored. What do we tell our kids still to this day? Stranger danger, stranger danger. It's a person in the van, right? That's what we still tell our kids. So looking at some of the pathways of entry, out of this study, 65% of the youth that were trafficked, they were first trafficked by their mother. 32% were trafficked by their father, and 3% were trafficked by other family members. That is astounding. That is incredibly scary. We are looking at 97% of the victims in this survey were initially trafficked by either the mother or the father. And yet most of the training we receive, as caregivers to tell our kids is stranger danger, right? Watch out for that van. Watch out for the perpetrator with the puppies are in the back. The candy is here, whatever it is. That happens so infrequently. But yet that's what we don't talk about. We have to change the narrative. We have to empower our kids. When kids are getting their well child checkups, the doctors need to be checking in with them, need to be educating them. We need to have appropriate sexual health history and training for our kids in schools. They need to know anatomically correct body parts. They need to know that it's not okay for a mother or for a father or anybody to touch them or to put them in these situations. We have to change the narrative of our society. Previous slide was a cartoon about a male victim being sexually abused by a female babysitter. This study shows that mothers are the ones that are more likely to get their kids involved in trafficking than even the fathers. But yet our society and all of these great movies talk about how it's always a stranger, how the mother and father are the protectors, and especially the mothers. Unfortunately, that's not always true. And statistically, we know it's not true. Mothers do abuse their kids and do get them engaged in CSEC for a variety of reasons. It can be socioeconomic again. They have no other way of getting basic needs met. So they decide that this is how they're going to by trafficking one of the siblings. Maybe they have a drugs and alcohol problem. This is the only way they can get that. Maybe they have a mental health challenges that's impacting them and they're deciding that this was an okay way. How do we protect when we do not change the narrative in our society? And that's why it's so important of having you all here, because right now you are all part of the change. You're part of the solution. You are changing this narrative for our kids. Next slide. So people ask all the time about recruitment. Recruitment can happen anywhere. Hands down. We know wherever the kids are is where a recruiter is going to be. So some of the spots, schools, neighborhoods where kids are, the malls, group homes, foster homes, bus stops. Great, those are all the physical ones. Let's talk about where the real danger is. It's the internet. When we went into COVID lockdown, I don't know how many of you are all parents. What was one of the first things the school districts all did? Gave our kids laptops. A laptop is unfeathered access to our children. I don't care how much filtering software, how much protection you think you have on your internet, kids will find a way past it. Trust me, our kids are incredibly smarter than all of us adults, right? You think you've set up your internet filtering protection software to the T, I guarantee you go to Google, you type in how to bypass whatever the software is, not only are you going to find a walk around, you're also going to find a YouTube video of another kid telling kids how to do this. When we talk about the internet, perpetrators aren't hanging out in these traditional chat rooms. Where they're hanging out is in the games that our kids are playing. All of us are probably pretty aware of social media and internet filtering, but how often are you checking your kid's Xbox, your kid's PlayStation? How often are you playing the games with them to see, why does my 10-year-old have 500 friends? How are they talking to your kid? I play games with my kids. I'm terrible at them, but you know what? I'm doing something that my kid likes, spending time with them, and I get to hear how these people are talking and what chats are sending back and forth, because that's where the perpetrators are meeting our kids. We know that when kids are playing video games, their defenses go down. They make assumptions. They assume that everybody they're talking to is the same age. Think about how easy is it to get your kiddo, if they're playing a video game, they're doing something they like, and you can start talking to them, they're not going to even realize how much information they're giving away. We tell our kids in my house, don't give out your real name. Okay? How many of us that have children know that our kids have the same gaming handles, are very closely aligned? So you can be tracked across multiple platforms, giving perpetrators multiple times to try to approach your kid. Next slide. So the demands, average age of buying sex for the first time in this study was age 21. Average number of times buying sex by a perpetrator is 54. I am shocked to see that the range was between 1 and 600. Next slide. People ask why. Think about trafficking. If I'm selling guns, I have to, after I sold that gun, I've got to buy a new one, right? To resell it. If I'm selling drugs, I sold my drugs, I got to get new drugs. If I'm trafficking, I don't have to go because I can re-abuse that victim over and over. So this is some of the average that they were able to come up with for weekly rates of a trafficker with one victim. My home state's on there, my hometown, Seattle, $18,000 a week. All the way up to Atlanta, $32,000 a week trafficking one victim. It is incredibly profitable for the traffickers. This is why this continues to happen. The amount of money that can be made. Next slide. So there are plenty of resources out there. We have them listed here for you, everyone. Please know that you are not alone in this struggle and that all of us are here to support, empower, and encourage you to make the changes, because you are making the changes right now. We have an uphill battle, but together we can all carry that load, and we can make this place, our country, a better place for our kids by education, by believing in our kids, and by supporting one another. So thank you so much for the opportunity of being here.
Thank you so much, Nathan. We have now concluded all of our sessions, so we'll be moving on to the Q&A portion of our presentation shortly. If you have questions for any member of our panel, make sure to add that into the Q&A feature here on Zoom. That'll allow us to keep track of questions. If you have a particular person that you want to ask, just write their name and then first name to give you a full recap of everyone that presented today and a few of the people that you've not seen yet. Let me go over our full list of presenters. And one extra reminder, we did record this event, so if you'd like to rewatch a particular presentation, we will do so. Our first presenter today was Doug Tinder, the co-founder of CAPES. He covered from healing to community engagement. If you have community engagement questions, you have any questions for Doug in particular, please write for Doug in the Q&A. And know that we're not going to limit answers based on who you've asked. If you have a question for Nathan and someone else has a good follow-up, all of our presenters will be weighing into these points. You also heard from Ken Stockton, one of the board of directors from MaleSurvivor.org. He covered the myths and facts about male survivors of sexual abuse. If you have more questions, I know we had a lot of interest for Ken. If you have a question, please loop that back into the Q&A. Ken covered a lot of great information that has been addressed on and off throughout the entire presentation. We also heard from Robin Grove, the director of the Child Advocacy Center of Frederick County. She covered ACEs. ACEs are adverse childhood experiences. I've seen a few questions for Robin. Make sure to add those as well. Everyone will have, especially one of our other presenters will probably have good feedback on that as well. And you just heard from Nathan Lasheen, a member of the board of directors of MaleSurvivor.org. Nathan gave a very powerful presentation on the commercial sexual exploitation of children. If you have follow-up questions for Nathan, please put that in the Q&A field. I'd like to remind everyone that we are doing presentations. If you need help or know anyone who needs help, if you're looking for advice, the right thing to do is to contact Hartley House at 301-662-8800. That is their crisis hotline. If you need help, the right thing to do is to reach out 301-662-8800. That is one of the fastest and ways to receive immediate help for you or someone you know need help. There are also other resources. We had a great resource slide before this one as well. Make sure to check out MaleSurvivor.org. You're going to hear the organization 1and6.org. That is also something you can reach out to. And we have a couple of other numbers. The National Domestic Violence Hotline is 1-800-799-7233. And then we have the RAIN with 2 N's sexual assault hotline. That's 1-800-656. Oh, thank you for going back to that slide. 656-4673. It's important to remind you this is about starting a conversation, but if you do need assistance, please reach out to one of these organizations. They'll be able to help you. Joining us in our Q&A session, who you've not heard from yet today, we're going to have Jen Metcalf, a member of Hartley House, their engagement and prevention manager. So if you have questions for that or for Jen, please add those to the chat. And we'll have David Washington joining us as well. He's from Washington County's Health Department Harm Prevention Program. David has been a member of several CAPES panels that we've done in the past. I'm sure we'll do some quick elevator pitches at the beginning of the Q&A to make sure that everyone has a name to the face before you ask your questions. And we'll also have Paul Hatfield joining us shortly after the Q&A starts. He leads some of the support groups here at Hartley House and is a licensed counselor. So just a quick reminder for everyone, just going to give a couple reminders. Our Q&A session will begin at 11:50. So if you need to get up, stretch your legs, maybe answer an email or two, or get a quick drink, 11:50. So in 9 minutes, we'll be beginning our Q&A panel. We're going to be answering questions from the Q&A field. We'll try to look into chat, but chat is kind of divided between panelist notes and general questions. So if you want to make sure to have your question read, we will be looking at the Q&A area. So to give you a quick recap, I want to thank everyone who joined us today for the 2022 CAPES event with Hartley House and in association with MaleSurvivor.org. We've had a variety of presenters. You've heard from Doug Tinder, the co-founder of CAPES. His presentation from healing to community engagement was our first session. If you missed it, we'll be making an archive, a video archive of this available after the event. Our second session was from Ken Stockton, who is a director, a member of the board of directors for MaleSurvivor.org. Ken gave a presentation on the myths and facts about male survivors of sexual abuse. So if you have questions for Ken or for Doug, please write for Ken or for Doug in the Q&A section. We will be addressing as many questions as we can during our hour-long Q&A panel. We also discussed ACEs. Those are adverse childhood experiences. Robin Grove, the director of the Child Advocacy Center of Frederick County, did a wonderful presentation about the ins and outs of ACEs. And then we just wrapped up a presentation, our fourth presenter, Nathan Lasheen from the board of directors of MaleSurvivor.org, a presentation on the commercial sexual exploitation of children. If you'd like to have any follow-up questions for any of our presenters, we'll be beginning our Q&A session in about 7 minutes or so. We're going to be going for about an hour. A few things of note: if you have a particular question for a presenter, please just write their name in your question in the Q&A field. And we're also going to be treating this as a roundtable. So just know that one question may spin out into a full conversation. A healthy conversation with our panelists is always best. We don't want to keep them boxed into their own field. We're also going to be joined by a couple of people you haven't seen yet. Just to remind everyone, Jen Metcalf from Hartley House, the engagement and prevention manager from Hartley House, will be joining us. We have David Washington, who is a CAPES vet. He's been part of our previous panels in the past. David is from the Washington County Health Development Harm Prevention Program. And just to precede some questions for David, I know he didn't give a presentation, he's also done some international outreach. So if you have maybe some questions just beyond state, local, national, he has maybe some international experience. A lot of variety of information from David. We'll also be joined shortly after our Q&A. We'll make everyone available, know when he is available. We will have Paul Hatfield, who has joined us at previous roundtables in the past. He's a licensed counselor and leads the male support groups at Hartley House. So I have questions about that as well. However, even though he is a counselor, if you do need help, we currently have a resources panel up on the screen right now. Just to fire those off real quick, the Hartley House 24/7 hotline is 301-662-8800. We have the National Domestic Violence Hotline at 1-800-799-7233. And we have the RAIN Sexual Assault Hotline. This is another 24-hour hotline at 1-800-656-4673. All of these organizations are great resources for more information. We also suggest that you check out MaleSurvivor.org, and they've been referenced a few times during this presentation. In fact, multiple of our presenters are part of that organization. We have 1in6.org, and nsvrc.org is another resource. Just keep in mind that this is a conversation. You'll be hearing from all of our presenters once again. I'm very excited about our Q&A panel. We'll be discussing multiple questions. As of right now, it looks like we have about 7 or so questions. If you are looking for advice, if you're looking for outreach, please reach out to one of the hotlines. But I know that we'll be able to do a deep dive in any of the conversations we've had so far. Looks like our chat is also filling out quite a bit as well. If you need one extra recap just before we begin our conversation in about 5 minutes, the topics that we've discussed so far, Doug Tinder, the co-founder of CAPES, discussed healing to community engagement. Ken Stockton, one of the board of directors of MaleSurvivor, discussed myths and facts about the male survivors of sexual abuse. We took a deep dive into ACEs, which are adverse childhood experiences, with Robin Groves, the director of Childhood Advocacy Center of Frederick County. This is actually, I believe, our first presentation where we've teamed up with the director of the Child Advocacy Center of Frederick County. So if you have any follow-up questions about that organization, feel free to have those in the Q&A section for Robin. And Nathan Lasheen also spoke about the commercial sexual exploitation of children. He is also from the board of directors from MaleSurvivor.org. We'll be beginning our roundtable discussion very shortly, so please get those questions into the Q&A. We will do our best to answer as many as we can. And know that we're not going to shut down the Q&A once we start talking. If a question comes up, if you'd like a follow-up, please add those to the Q&A once we discuss. A big central theme of this entire presentation has been on conversation, normalizing conversation. So please feel free to ask questions, or if you want more clarity on any of the organizations, please feel free to ask that as well. I know that we've covered a large amount of information on this topic. This is the 2022 CAPES virtual presentation with Hartley House, a Frederick County-based organization, CAPES, and MaleSurvivor.org. We are 3 minutes away from our presentation. I'm going to do one little extra reminder of our extra presenters as well. Though you've heard from Doug Tinder, you've heard from Ken Stockton, Robin Grove, and Nathan Lasheen, you'll be joined by Jen Metcalf from Hartley House. She is their engagement and prevention manager. We'll have David Washington from the Washington County Health Department Harm Prevention Program. David does have a background in speaking in 2 of our previous panels with CAPES. Actually, I believe 3. He probably predates me. I've only been a part of 2 of these so far. And we'll also be hearing shortly after, he'll be joining our Q&A shortly in progress, is Paul Hadfield, a licensed counselor who helps with some of the support groups with Hartley House. Now, please keep in mind that even though we are discussing these issues, if you need help yourself, we have the resource hotlines available right now. If you need help, if this is awoken something, if you are having any kind of triggering event, please reach out to one of these hotlines immediately. That'll be the fastest and safest way for you to be able to gain assistance. So we are within 2 minutes. Just a reminder that this event has been recorded, as will be the Q&A. The entire event will be posted on I believe the Hartley House social media. I know that MaleSurvivor will be sharing it out as well. There'll be lots of opportunities to share this out once it has been completed, if you want to go back and watch any of our presentations. And we're working to make these slides available. I know that that is a question that's popped up in the chat a couple of times, making sure that the presentation slides can become available. I know that we've gone over a lot of information quickly, and if you want to revisit those, as well as watching the presentation, we'll do our best to make those slides available in the areas where this video will be archived. So, final round for questions. I've seen a few more Q&As firing up into the chat. Oh, there we go. Looks like Paul has joined us. He'll be joining our Q&A. I've teased Paul a couple of times. Looks like you've shaved your beard, so if you don't recognize him from his headshot, that is indeed.
I'm new and improved.
So we'll be starting our roundtable discussion in about 1 minute. You can see our presenters right here. We've heard from Doug Tinder. He spoke as our first panelist, so to speak. His presentation was on From Healing to Community Engagement. We heard from Ken Stockton, our second presenter from the Board of Directors of MaleSurvivor.org, Myths and Facts About Male Survivors of Sexual Abuse. We heard from Robin Grove, the Director of Child Advocacy Center of Frederick County. She spoke on ACEs. We had Nathan Lasheen, the member of the Board of Directors of MaleSurvivor.org, on the commercial sexual exploitation of children. Now, you'll see some new faces on our presentation. We have Jen Metcalf, the Hartley House Engagement and Prevention Manager. She'll be able to answer questions as well, and has also been the behind-the-scenes person on running the slides. So thank you so much for a great job, Jen. We're also joined by David Washington from the Washington County Health Department Harm Prevention Program. And you've heard him, the new and improved Paul Hatfield, who is a counselor who helps out with the Hartley House and some of the male survivor groups. All righty, it is 11:50. So we'll be beginning our Q&A panel right now. Just real quick, I know I've been saying everyone's names ad nauseum for the last 10 minutes, but just so that everyone can connect name to faces, I'd like to just quickly do quick hellos from everyone. I'm just going to give you a quick, I'll point at you, say your name, do a quick elevator pitch, and we'll start our discussions. So let's start with Doug. Can you please give everyone a quick recap?
Sure. Doug Tinder, supporting this event from a co-founder of CAPES, also board of directors with Hartley House and MaleSurvivor.org, and a survivor myself.
Thank you so much, Doug. Annette, can you please give everyone a quick pitch on yourself?
Yeah, I'm Annette Tinder. I am co-founder of CAPES, work with Hartley House outside of this event as well too when I can, and also a secondary survivor of, consider myself a secondary survivor, as it has been alluded by some of the panelists or presenters, how this trauma impacts the whole family and surroundings. So myself and Jen, we have been trying to move some support for secondary survivors forward as well too.
Thank you so much. And yeah, if you have any questions about secondary survivors, that's a topic that wasn't necessarily touched on in this presentation, but can be felt throughout. If you have family member questions, please add those to the chat. That is something that always leads to a healthy discussion. Ken, can we hear from you one more time before we start?
Okay, Ken Stockton, a 74-year-old male survivor of child sex abuse, a board member of MaleSurvivor.org, and hopefully a tireless advocate for survivors of sexual abuse.
Thank you so much, Ken. Robin, can we get you real quick?
Hi, sorry, I was late coming back. It's something to do with. I am the director of the Child Advocacy Center of Frederick County. I've been with this advocacy center for about 3.5 years and about 20 years in total in the child maltreatment field, spending some time as a CASA and then with another advocacy center in Virginia prior to coming here.
Thank you so much, Robin. Nathan, can we get a quick recap from you real quick?
Of course. My name's Nathan Lasheen. I'm a board of director member for MaleSurvivor.org, also a survivor of childhood sexual abuse and a tireless advocate to change the narrative for our kids.
Thank you so much. Now let's get to our new members who have joined the discussion. Hey, David, can you give us a quick hello?
Hello, blessed and grateful to be here. I'm a survivor of rape and sexual assault and have specialized in working with men who have trauma that are involved in the criminal justice system.
Thank you so much, David. Also joining our conversation, we have Paul.
Hi, Pat. Hi, everybody. I'm Paul Hatfield. I've had the privilege of running the Male Survivor group for Hartley House for going on 5 years, maybe 5+ years. Yeah, I've lost track, but we meet weekly now, and we always are out there to support survivors in the community. I'm always pitching. So if you're out there and you want a good supportive group, we're there for you.
Thank you so much, Paul. And last but not least, we got Jen from Hartley House. Can you give us a quick introduction? I know you're kind of running things, so.
No, this has been so great. Yeah, I'm Jen Metcalf. I'm the Community Engagement and Prevention Manager at Hartley House. I just hit my 5-year anniversary being here. I've been a victim advocate. I've been a medical accompaniment advocate. I've done hotline. But this is definitely my favorite job, just being able to do these types of programs, to meet everyone and just to help bring this message far and wide. I'm also the mom of 3 boys, and I'm part of the LGBTQIA community. So there's just a lot of intersecting pieces of this that are very important to me personally. And as Annette shared, I'm also a secondary survivor. So we have that in common. And that's just, like Annette said, that's another piece that we like to talk about. And also just because we haven't said this, but Hartley House services are also for secondary survivors. So if you all have any questions about that, definitely call the hotline. It's for victims, it's for survivors, but it's also for family members, spouses, loved ones, partners, anyone who's been impacted by sexual violence. For sure, please make sure you utilize the resources that are available, because it's really important.
Thank you so much, Jen. And I want to give a quick little shout out, gone but not forgotten. We actually had Dr. Inga James at the very start of our presentation. She's the president and executive director of Hartley House. She was here for the introduction, but was unable to attend the roundtable. So I just want to thank Inga for helping to make this event possible and just making sure that Hartley House can continue to be the phenomenal organization that it is. All righty, so we will get into our roundtable discussion. Our very first question is for Ken, and this is something we can open up after Ken speaks. We had a question just about, you had the chance to confront your abuser. Someone wanted to kind of go into the idea of confronting abusers, but if that's not possible, maybe some ideas about how people can maybe find alternatives to that. And this is a conversation that can open up after Ken speaks.
So, to some extent, I think that's a clinical question. But on the other hand, my view, and I think I articulated it pretty clearly in my presentation, that telling is compelling. So telling your story, whether it's to friends, family, etc., whether it's publicly, like I have many times, as you can imagine, is another way, I think, to move the accountability for the sexual abuse off your own chart, so I think telling is compelling, and to me, that's also one of the real values of MaleSurvivor.org, because we provide opportunities, and sometimes people are very early in their healing journey, and I'm sure Nathan can speak to this because he's involved in helping manage the discussion forum and the chat rooms. Going to the discussion forum and asking questions and being connected to other survivors is the beginning of telling. And to me, it's very compelling and very healing. So if you don't have the opportunity, like I did, which was unusual to say the least, to actually sit down and see my perpetrator and understand that I was vulnerable and I was a little boy when this happened. I wasn't an adult. I was a little boy. I was defenseless. I had many vulnerabilities, which I didn't touch on in my presentation. So I think I would say telling is compelling. Now, maybe there's a clinical answer to that question as well. And I'm not a clinician. I'm just a self-promoter, a survivor, and an advocate. So that would kind of be my answer or my approach.
And I actually, before we open that up, I just wanted to, during our conversations before the presentation, I believe you said you had to sign an NDA when you first spoke to him. Am I correct on that? Do you think that's something that's common?
So I had a private mediation agreement with the perpetrator. It was a small financial settlement. I did not do it for the money, by the way. It was $100,000. I did it to impose, there were no consequences on my predator. And it drove me crazy because I was bearing all the consequences, the PTSD, the family dysfunction, the work dysfunction, the anger. And I'll tell you, it pissed me off. It made me upset. And, but part of the reason my perpetrator agreed to private mediation is because I'm a communication specialist and I knew how to get media coverage. I knew how to write a book if I needed to. And he was fearful of being exposed because he was married. He had an adult son. He had a successful career in state government. Everybody thought he was a decent guy. So I did sign an agreement that limited my ability to tell. When I signed the agreement, I had no commitment to fulfill that agreement. And the only harm for me would have been, I would have had to give the $100,000 back. Well, for me, it was worth not, so I signed it in order to close the mediation agreement. In 2012, I violated the NDA and went to the Philadelphia Inquirer. And I know, Pat, you can make the Philadelphia Inquirer story visible. I think NDAs are falling out of favor because they're so restrictive. In fact, I now have a lawsuit against Little League Baseball. I think Little League Baseball may settle with me because I have so much evidence that I was abused and Little League Baseball was an enabler and an abettor. But I believe that the risk to them is exposure because, you know what? I'm not the only Little League Baseball player in America or beyond that's been abused in the same sense that Boy Scouts. This is why they use NDAs, because it's about the profit motive. They don't want, they and their insurers don't want the exposure, and they're willing to pay, in some cases, millions of dollars to keep it quiet. And to me, that reinforces the ability of predators and organizations, predators to be predators, and organizations to not take responsibility to change their policies and processes and awareness to protect children. That's a long answer, but sorry.
No, that's a perfect. Do any of the other panelists want to weigh in either the NDA issue or the first step being talking? Does anyone have any follow-up thoughts on that?
I think you said it was a clinical question, and it sure is. I mean, we have spent groups just recently where the guys are talking about their perpetrators and who had the the opportunity to face them and who didn't, and who wouldn't want to, and who did, and it's really complicated, and it's very personal, and I have no all or nothing advice on that. I work with the survivors that I work with individually. That is absolutely an exploration, and it's not only an external exploration, like what's going to happen publicly, but it's an internal exploration, and what part of you needs this, and integrating that part is in the case that, and I think the original question was actually, what if you can't, because the perpetrator is gone, what do you do then? And you do want to, and we do things like journaling exercises and visualizations, and I'm a practitioner of EMDR, and there are a lot of ways of, integrating these internal conflicts that you're having, and talking to other guys about it is just golden. So another pitch for the survivors group, but sometimes in individual work, we might hit a roadblock on something like that, but then when you have the opportunity to be with other guys who have faced it or have explored it, and you get increased insight, and it's just important to me that each individual comes to that decision on their own. But just to rewind, in the instance where the perpetrator is gone or inaccessible, that is absolutely I guess a target of therapy that is workable, and we work on it, and there are lots of ways of working on it, and to achieve peace. So I hope that made some sense.
Thank you, Paul.
Can I just make one comment? So
Sure.
I have personally done EMDR, and I found it to be probably the most effective thing that I did to change my brain and change my emotional reaction to my own trauma. So I'm giving you a big vote for EMDR. Thanks.
Could we
I'll second
define
the
EMDR?
for you, Ken, as well? So it's a game changer. It goes back to the ACEs, and we can do all that. So
We just so we've said EMDR, and it's getting a positive buzz from the panel. But can we define EMDR real quick for anyone who may not be familiar with it?
Well, it stands for eye movement desensitization reprocessing, but it's kind of a misnomer because originally EMDR had to do with eye movements to create bilateral stimulation. In other words, when you look to the right, the left hemisphere of your brain is stimulated and vice versa. Now we do it with little buzzers in your hands, or we do it auditorially, or in virtual situations. People do it with my guidance, on the screen, and they do it with their hands on their collarbones or out here on the shoulders. So it's the combination of bilateral stimulation and also bringing up the memory of the event. And what happens is when something terrible happens to us, something that we can't wrap our head around, our central nervous system can't handle because we're so activated, it gets fragmented and it doesn't get processed. So we can have thoughts or sensory experiences or emotions or even behaviors that don't get processed. They get stored somewhere in the brain that's not particularly accessible, not accessible by maybe time, because the part of our brain that governs time was offline, when it happened, or speech. We may not have words for it. So EMDR takes those sensory memories, the emotional memory, the cognition, I'm not safe, this is dangerous, and it brings them and allows them to be adaptively processed into something that is recognized as having happened a long time ago. And as a result, some of these unprocessed thoughts, behaviors, emotions, sensory experiences can move toward resolution, so they don't continue to intrude on us, and we can, those are flashbacks, right? So flashbacks can become resolved, and even parts of ourselves that we've had to exile, like our ability to trust, that we have fallen out of touch with through trauma, can be reintegrated, into our grounded self. And I hope that wasn't too complicated, but I love EMDR, and I it works so well. You can process things without EMDR, but they take like 100 times longer. The thing about EMDR is it's fast and effective, and it's safe too. So, and if there are any more questions about that, I'd be happy to answer them.
Oh, thank you. No, I think that was a really good explanation for EMDR. Pivoting a little bit, we actually have a question. This is a general one, so please, if anyone wants to pipe in first. We have a question about general advocacy, effective advocacy. It was brought up during earlier where like people are seeing interference from lobbyists that you're seeing from the Boy Scouts, the Catholic Church. What is the best way do you think people can move forward? Is it letter writing to senators? Is it events? What do you think is a good practical ways that people can try and move forward and help? Who's interested in taking that? Any takers?
I'll say just a few words on it, and I think it depends a little bit on the community. I think even just if you look at this event, we're breeding advocacy and changing the narrative. Even in the state of Maryland, there were several groups that were afoot, and it really boils down to networking in moving the statute of limitations and getting your congressional and your state legislatures engaged, I think is the start. And it's also, it's a shift in the community's understanding this is not an individual issue. This isn't Ken's issues, Doug's issues, or David's or Nate, right? These aren't individual issues, because the accumulation of the numbers, which I think we presented today, these are dramatic social and economic issues that have to be attacked that way. That is when we get movement, when the community can understand the social impact and the economic impact it's having, right? I mean, this issue has significant healthcare costs that impact all of us. If you start to look at that, both from the illnesses that the trauma ensues as a result of holding it in or potentially not healing, whether or not that be, from acid reflux to ulcers to anxiety, all of that feeds into that. And that has a social cost that is rooted in some of this trauma that needs to be addressed. So it's getting that narrative understood that, well, yeah, maybe that's just Doug and he's one person. No, it's much more global than that. And the numbers are staggering. So I think that's the way to do it. I don't know if there's a specific, pathway to that, but that is part of what this is about, is getting that narrative out there.
Well, and just to build off of what Doug was saying, is that it's those small everyday opportunities to be brave and courageous. So when you're seeing something in media, when you're hearing somebody make jokes, when you're hearing unsupportive conversations, to bring up, that's not funny. I don't appreciate that. That's a victim. Just changing that one narrative, when you can have those brave and courageous conversations, is going to start this. Getting involved in organizations, helping, letter writing campaigns are always great, but showing up to the basic town hall meetings, showing up to school board meetings when they're discussing their curriculum, and really educating kids on safety, giving the kids the tools and the verbiage to know that this is not okay, and ensuring that your school district is giving them those tools and telling them, this is, here, we're doing our sex ed curriculum, and now we're going to talk about safety. We're going to talk about that nobody should touch you here. We're going to talk about correct anatomical terms. We're not going to just refer to these as generic, oh, that's your naughty place or whatever. We need to educate and empower our kids. And that starts really at a local level of just these local school boards with your local legislators. Be that advocate.
And the only thing that I would like to add to that is when we look at our policies at an organizational level, over the years, we've done a lot of work with being trauma informed and having trauma specific services. But if you dig a little deeper at the trauma informed policies, frequently they are not addressing those issues associated with male identified victims. It's usually looking at females and how the policies impact those individuals. So one thing to do is, when you're reading the policy, is it addressing economic, equitable and male and female identified individuals?
And I would like to jump into, not only is it, I totally concur with everyone, local level, we invite our local legislators to these events as well too. Sometimes they can attend, sometimes they cannot. But before the pandemic, we were working with Hartley House, and Doug was advocating out with businesses in explaining how this is, like you said earlier, this is a healthcare cost as well too. So when you can start talking to the employers as well too about how you need to provide these resources for people who have been victim survivors, as well, in conjunction with trying to put some preventative measures in place as well too. I think that really kind of gives it the whole level to address locally.
Jen, it looked like you had a point to make earlier. Do you still have
I
something?
was just going to agree with Nathan that what we've been seeing this in Frederick County is a lot of the people who tend to show up at the meetings are the ones who don't want us to tell children about the words, because and one part of it that needs to be done is we have to separate out violence prevention from sex ed. That's been like because those tend to be grouped together, it's easier for people to push against it. And we know that when we give children the correct language, the correct vocabulary, age appropriate, absolutely, but we need to give them the correct vocabulary so that they do know how to advocate for themselves. And so when they do talk to adults, the adults can pick up on what they're saying. It really is about safety, empowering children to be able to say, like, no, I don't want you to touch me. I don't want you to pick me up. I don't, it's just, there's a lot to it, but yeah, it's absolutely, even if you don't have kids in the school system, just keeping up with what's going on at that local level. And when you can, showing up to those board meetings and those events so that you can be a voice for those kids that don't have a voice. Because, and even again, just to kind of like tie it back into Nathan's presentation, we're also seeing right now across the whole country, but even in Frederick County, which tends to be a little more progressive, a lot of people are being very, what's the word? I mean, they just, anything that has to do with like trans kids or LGBTQIA kids, they're really under attack right now. And so we can see a direct correlation between these vulnerable kids not being cared for and the trafficking, the exploitation, the abuse. And so it's all tied together. So just being a voice for those people, even if you're not part of the community, even if you don't have kids in the school system, just being an ally, educating yourself, advocating, and just being a voice for those people that don't have one.
No, thank you so much. Actually, we have a question or two about communicating with children. Particularly, they're curious about the idea of like, they use the phrase tattletaling, like allowing kids to know when it's right to talk or when they're not really, not to be confused when they need to speak properly. What are some of the differences? Maybe this is something that Robin, you can go to with child advocacy. Like, what are some of the changes of like how we can talk to kids? Is there some probably ways that would make them more aware to those conversations, like or how to right thing to say and right person to go to? I think one of the things that makes this conversation difficult when you go back to Nathan's presentation is parents are often a troubling factor in this. What can be done to kind of like allow them to know what to say and who to talk to, especially if the parents may be part of the problem?
Right. And I was just going to speak also as a follow-up to what Jen was saying, that with the prevention and being able to help children maintain body boundaries and body safety and giving them the language in order to do that. And when we've done different community awareness and prevention activities with children and their caregivers, or even separate children and caregivers, depending upon what the event was, we talk about the importance with caregivers of giving the children the proper language to use. So that reduces the secretiveness of it, right? So if I'm not allowed to say the name of that body part, I'm certainly not allowed to tell you if somebody touched it. It also removes the shame. Like, why is it such a secret? This is an elbow, this is a knee, this is a penis, it's a body part, right? So we want to be able to give that language to these children. And we tell caregivers when we're presenting with them about prevention, that this is something that they really need to have those conversations with their children, developmentally appropriate, age appropriate, as Jim was saying, at different stages of their lives. I mean, we teach kids safety about everything else, right? Little toddlers, don't touch the stove. If you touch the stove, you're going to burn your hand. Hold my hand when we walk across the street, wear your seatbelt, sit in your car seat. Body safety can be a part of those everyday normal conversations that families have with their children about the prevention. When it comes to particular what you were saying, Pat, about the question about tattletaling and who children should tell, not understanding the exact context of that, but if a child discloses to another child, I guess, that something, someone has touched them or hurt them, how does that child react to that? It's always, when we work with kids and families, it's always, talk to a trusted adult. Put your hand up, tell me 5 different people you can talk to if something like this were to happen to you. And we do not keep secrets. There's a difference between secrets and surprises. So we teach about that. That is something that's really, really big. So that if your kid is told something, you want that child to be able to go to their parent and say, Mom, when I was at school today, my friend told me that this has happened to him or her. What do I do about that? Well, then, mom can pick it up from there and take care of it. I've got this, I'm going to make that report. I'm going to make sure that this kid is safe. I don't know exact context, if that kind of helped to answer the question or not, but that's kind of my point.
No, that helps. It's moving forward with the conversation. I mean, we want to, and this is a reminder for everyone, like, this is a conversation. If you do need help, we have the crisis hotlines. If your question is if you have a question that pertains to you where you actually do need help, please reach out to one of those helplines. We're trying to discuss actually getting people to feel safe enough to reach out is a big part of this. I do have to say it's been nice to see that everything's grown. I mean, this is the first year that we work with the Child Advocacy Center. You were previously in West Virginia. Is there any big difference that you saw between this question to Robin from coming from West Virginia to Maryland? Is there something that may catch Marylanders off guard, the difference between those states?
Good question. Good question. And I've actually, when I was with CASA, the Court Appointed Special Advocates, working with foster children who had been removed from their families and placed in foster care due to abuse or neglect. That was in West Virginia. When I worked at the other Child Advocacy Center, that was in Virginia. So I've actually West Virginia, Virginia, and Maryland, all three, and originally from Maryland. So do I see a difference in, I think there's a difference in the ways that agencies respond. And I think that has a lot to do with education. I think that has a lot to do with the culture of the community of which you're a part of. But I see the same issues that, children are not educated about body safety. They're not educated about body boundaries. Adults don't want to talk to kids about sex, and consider that body safety, body boundary topic sex. So I think unfortunately, those issues are global. And I don't know that it would really change from community to community. I think it's kind of a universal thing that we need to be able to have these open conversations with adults and with children to provide that layer of protection.
And I guess that's kind of a question I have, and anyone can kind of answer this. Is just general. We have Frederick County organizations, we have Washington County organizations, we have different organizations. Is there like a jurisdiction to this? Like if a crime happens in a county, you're unable to seek assistance. If it happens in a county you don't live in, like how complicated is that for survivors to try and navigate?
I'll speak from my experiences. It's really, if the report is made to whomever that report is made, if it's not that jurisdiction, then that report should go to the proper jurisdiction. So it shouldn't be on the responsibility should not be on the victim to figure out which jurisdiction is supposed to respond to this. So say, for instance, something happened within the limits of Frederick City and someone called and made a report to the Frederick Police Department and gave their address or something along those lines, and it winds up that it's not in their jurisdiction, the Frederick Police Department would contact the Frederick County Sheriff's Office and say, we have this report, it's in your jurisdiction. So it would be up to the agency to respond and to make that process as easy and simple as possible for that victim. Does that always happen? Probably not. Should it always happen? 100% yes. And that's what's so great about, and I can speak for this difference from Virginia to Maryland with the CAC. That's what's so great about what I have experienced here in Frederick County is the collaboration of the agencies and the people that work within these agencies to be that trauma-informed, trauma-responsive response to any type of child victim, adult victim of any of these types of maltreatment and abuses. I really see a great collaboration amongst all of the agencies within Frederick County, which didn't really necessarily see that in Virginia. So like I said, but community to community, I think it would differ.
Thank you so much. Does anyone have a follow-up note on that? Or cool. Annette, I wanted to talk a little bit about the before we look for new questions, the secondary survivor. This is something that we didn't fully discuss. Can we talk a little bit more about secondary survivors? Just for people that may not realize, like, if for the secondary survivor thing, when did you make the transition from, like, what's the transition from being confused to confrontation? I don't even say confrontation. What is it? What is the secondary survivor
Right.
story like? What's guilt is associated with that?
Right.
And this is, I think, something that can open up.
Yeah, so for secondary survivors, so there is in the clinician world, secondary survivor, someone is being a survivor listening to patients. This is different than that. This is where someone you support, your loved one, be it a spouse, be it a child, be it a partner that you support, and that trauma that they experience impacts you. I think Ken said that earlier, how it impacts the family. So that impacts you, and you also have trauma associated with that. So, and being able to talk about that trauma and not be discounted for it as well too, because yes, maybe these terrible events happen to the person you love, but at times it puts pressure on your relationship and your family. And I know, like, I get angry. I get angry for a couple reasons, because a guy who groomed Doug, abused Doug. Now, years later, we're spending lots of money on therapy. There's been intimacy issues within our relationship. And here's this person I never met, and he's dead on top of that. So, so being able to have a voice to understand that, yeah, this trauma does impact you, and how you have to heal as a family and not just individually. So that's kind of why I started really, I don't know if using that word more, because before it was just more as a supporter. And yes, of course I want to support Doug, but we need to support each other to get through this trauma. I'm not sure. And Jen and I, we held a secondary survivor webinar in the past fall. Was it fall? I think it was, just to kind of start this conversation as well too, under the CAPES umbrella as well too. But Jen, I don't know if you want to add anything, or if anybody else wants to touch on that.
Annette, one of the things that I say, first of all, I've been married for 40 plus years. I say to folks, you know, if my partner had done her due diligence, I don't think it would have been in her best interest to partner with Ken Stockton. It is pretty damn tough to be a spouse or a partner of a survivor. It is pretty damn tough. And the anxiety and the stress and the PTSD is contagious. And there are all kinds of behavioral implications. You know, I'm sort of a control freak because I've tried to regain control over my life. And you know what? It's pretty tough to have a partner who's a control freak. You know, it's pretty tough to have a partner who's getting mad at everything. You know, I've had some great fights, not physical, I'm too small, but, you know, verbal confrontations unnecessarily with people who didn't deserve it, including people in my own family. So if she had done her due diligence, I'm pretty sure we wouldn't be at this realm, but it's pretty tough to be a partner or a spouse or a friend or a family member of a survivor.
Thank you for saying that, Ken. It definitely, Annette and I have talked about this, and like she said, we shared with other people, but and the reason these conversations are so good, because it gives us, as those secondary survivors who may have experienced vicarious trauma, which is when, like Ken said, it gets transferred to you, and you might have you might find yourself having like flashbacks or those moments, or you be triggered by something. But I think it's also a good reminder that healing isn't linear. There's not like a thing. I'm sure Annette would agree. And I can tell you that as recent as this week, stuff has come up, from, 20 years ago. So it's just like the survivor can't anticipate what might trigger them. So of course, as the support, you can't anticipate necessarily what might trigger them. And then you're trying to figure out these things. So it's just, there's a lot to it. And I agree with what Annette said. It's like, you want to be angry at somebody, and it's especially frustrating when it's this person you've never met, or like they're dead. So there's not even a way to have that kind of like, holding them responsible. And you kind of have to take the follow the lead of the survivor, and kind of let them process how they need to process. So there's just a lot of layers to it. And that's why I think it's good to talk about it. And I think, and why I love that Robin was here to talk about ACEs is because the more you can, as the support, the more you can understand what your person went through and how that affected them. It helps you understand their behaviors better and maybe give a little more grace, have a little more patience with things. And that doesn't mean like you excuse everything, but you at least might understand more where it's coming from, as opposed to just constantly being like, what's wrong with you? Why can't you just change? I think it helps us understand better why things might be more difficult, and that's okay. So.
We do have a question someone had asked, and we kind of like tripped on the word flashback. Is that a common thing that happens for people where they may feel necessarily fine and the flashbacks will happen on that? How often are survivors repressing? That we could be straying into therapy talk at that moment, but is that a common warning sign or something where like people have completely?
Well, part of the criteria for Ptsd are intrusions, and the thing about flashbacks is I often talk to people about them because I feel like it's kind of defined by movies and TV. And usually it's a scene, a flashback, and so people have come to think of flashbacks as being this visual representation of a memory. And in my experience, that is a very, very, simplified and limited depiction of a flashback. A flashback can be something in your shoulder, a pain, a flashback can be a thought about yourself that doesn't make sense. They're all erroneous. Flashbacks are erroneous sensations, beliefs, emotions, and behaviors. They don't make sense. They don't fit. And some, because they're old, and they didn't get processed and they're showing up now. And that's a flashback. So yeah, I think that they're very common. And I think a lot of times people, because of the language and because of the oversimplified depiction, don't know they're having flashbacks. They just think they're weird, or they think they think they're a jerk, right? They don't know that they're actually reliving something old, and so it's just a wonderful thing to work with a good therapist who can identify these things and help you to get through them and to adapt, that old information into something more functional, and B, to get together with other people. In the case of male survivors who, you go, oh my God, that happens to you too. I thought it was just me. Because you don't think of, back pain as a flashback, or, going to a dentist and freaking out in the waiting room as a flashback. Those things seem random. It's not literal. It's not, it's not TV. So anyway, yeah, flashbacks are very much a clinical target when it comes to male survivors. I'd say it's like 100%. Everybody has flashbacks of some type.
Thank you for discussing that. I want to get David into the conversation. We haven't managed to get a question to you yet. I know that you work with 1 in 6, and a lot of the work that you've done has been with people that have ended up in the criminal justice system. Is that something where you're still seeing a lot of people just ending up, unfortunately, dumped into the criminal justice system because of their experiences and what that's done?
Great question. And I just want to quickly add that what Paul was saying about the flashbacks and how this is related to the criminal justice system. As a survivor, one of my coping mechanisms was the use of substances, primarily alcohol. And once I stopped using the alcohol, the memories started coming in. So you can think about people that are trying to get assistance from other chaotic behaviors, gambling, whatever, that you may see more of the PTSD symptoms increase. And one thing that we saw in jail was there was a number of men who had not even talked about or thought about their histories of trauma. And some of our presenters have talked about the need to get control and power and finding ways to live in this world. So joining a gang, potentially being in the sex industry, substance use, those behaviors frequently can end you up in the criminal justice system. So if we look at the men that are incarcerated, how many of those men have histories of trauma? We were seeing more like 9 out of 10, not necessarily sexual trauma, but had a history of trauma that had never been dealt with. And one thing that my work with the state was to how do we inform the men that are incarcerated that they may have a history of trauma. And for me, sometimes I talk about spiritual wounds, because in the Native American community, trauma isn't a word. So they talk about these wounding events that maybe have experienced that's leading to behaviors that's sending them back up in the criminal justice system. And lastly, if we look at the opioid epidemic that we're experiencing currently, how many of those individuals that are overdosing have a history of trauma, and the opioids are a way of self-soothing? And as we address overdose, if we're not looking at trauma and sexual trauma with the men who are having overdoses, I think we're doing a disservice to our communities.
David,
Oh no, Ken, please go.
Picking up on that, David, I just wanted to note that one of the former board members, advisors to MaleSurvivor.org, the PhD psychologist Howard Fradkin, Fradkin. He's now in retirement mode, but he is helping inmates in Ohio try to file appeals for resentencing, because the notion that they were abuse victims in their childhood or young adulthood was never raised or was dismissed during the criminal hearing. There are a lot of people sitting around in prison and jails, and one of the contributing factor to that criminal behavior was trauma and abuse, just like you said, David.
Yeah, I was going to say that all circles back to the ACEs, right? All of those adverse childhood experiences and the building of that pyramid and the disruption in that neural development, and how that leads to, coping strategies, survival strategies that just continue to pile and pile and pile. And so that's why early identification, and like you said, 9 out of 10, I would guarantee almost probably 10 out of 10 in the prison system have a history of, adverse childhood experiences and have experienced some form of trauma.
Thank you, Robin. A topic that's shown up in a couple of the comments and questions to kind of group everything together is we haven't discussing kind of, I guess one of the worries that we're seeing pop up is when people disclose, it can fracture their support system. There could be family issues where the family doesn't understand or may abandon. Does anyone in particular want to kind of discuss that and kind of dive into that topic?
I'm happy to jump in. I've had both positive and negative reactions. I think I think as Ken said, telling is compelling. Did I get that right, Ken? Right. So, and I think this is a common path for a lot of survivors that, when I found a need to tell others that, that this had happened. I had disclosed in my 20s to my folks, and quite frankly, it just didn't go well. And so, I kind of stuffed it in the box and moved on. But, as I started therapy, it was kind of like, okay, now I kind of need to get this out, right? Because the secrets just kind of eat at you, and you need to get it out. So, the first individual I told, I had my list of 5 guys or so. I tell the story a lot that I needed to tell. And then how do you break the news, right? It's not, doesn't come up in casual conversation. Oh, by the way. And what I found was one of the most effective ways for it to broach the subject was kind of, it was just, oh, by the way, I'm in therapy. Don't need to tell the whole story. You don't need to do all that. But by the way, I've got issues and I got struggles. I'm in therapy and it's because of I was abused. And that's it. I didn't have to go into all the other stuff. And, and that's sort of what got me into this too, is that as I did that, 4 of the 5 guys I told, who I've been friends with for quite some time, had similar issues in past for which we did not know about. So, so in those cases, it was positive. Some of the first responses was, I love you. But then there were others that, quite frankly, turned their back on me just because they couldn't deal with it. And I think that is kind of the challenge with survivors, is who's kind of safe to do this with. And it's a hard call. And that's part of the reason it's been kept a secret for a long time. And I think that's sort of finding that safe zone to do that. MaleSurvivor.org's taken the digital approach, anonymity to kind of get it out. And maybe that might be the first time that you type it, write it, or do something to kind of get that in that safe environment. So, and I think it's finding organizations like Hartley House and things like this that you can actually, it is a safe place to do it, that you're not going to get your back turned on it. Is it all good? No, but mostly good, I think. The risk is well worth the reward for maybe a little bit of a hiccup along the way. I don't think there's a right answer or wrong answer, but that was the approach I took. It was very effective to kind of break the ice. So
I think one thing that is true is that when it comes to disclosure, the stakes are high. The average period of time that before someone discloses is 20 years for male survivors. So just, if you think about that, the average time people take to tell anybody is 20 years. So that's such an indication of how high those stakes are. And they can have severe consequences. I saw somebody in the chat said they disclosed to their wife and thought that it was damage that could not be overcome, in so many words, a loss of respect, and that is definitely something that can happen. But when there are high stakes, there are big wins too. There are losses and wins when there are high stakes, and it's a difficult thing to negotiate. The other thing is, probably a lot of people who took 20 years were in therapy. They didn't tell their therapist, and I respect that. I think it takes a while, and I've had that in my personal clinical experience, found out about someone's sexual abuse a couple years into treating, because this is a complex trauma person, because they did have sexual abuse. So there are lots of other things. There's something to talk about every week. They're putting out fires, working on relationships, learning how to regulate. So didn't get around to the sexual abuse, and that's okay, And I think it's good to take your time, I also think that it's good when you do feel safe and do have a safe, attuned relationship. If you trust your therapist, absolutely disclose, because so much can open up after that, come from that.
I can weigh in too, like from a child's perspective. Like you said, it takes the male survivor, 20 years to disclose. And, we see children every day who are inadvertently or purposefully disclosing abuse that they've experienced, and the abuse that they've experienced could be at the hands of a family member. So your original question about like fractured families, I mean, we've seen that, we deal with that. There may be a child who has disclosed that they've been sexually abused by the dad's father, so grandfather, and now the grandmother doesn't want anything to do with the child because they don't believe that child, and they don't want anything to do with the spouse who's or the adult who is supporting the parent who is supporting that child. So it takes an awful lot of support. It takes an awful lot of education around that child victim and that secondary victim to provide them with the support that they need to help them get through this process. And again, as Paul was saying, within that therapeutic relationship, you know, working in therapy with the child to help them with that fractured relationship, and then the caregiver getting support and therapy as well for that relationship, and figuring out the dynamics of how to move all of that forward. And unfortunately, yes, that does occur, but you know, the support and the therapeutic treatment cannot be underestimated.
Thank you for that. Well, I'm just checking our latest questions. Yeah, actually, I wanted to ask a question about that 20-year number. We've said it a couple of times. I have to imagine that that's how, I don't know how recent that data is some of the, what can be done, I guess, other than just, it's nice to see that we're teaming with child organizations. What are ways that we think that we're trying to cope or move forward? Do we feel like has that number shrank at all? Or are we still thinking that that's something that's going to be something consistent for years to come?
My opinion?
Go ahead.
Paul.
Go ahead. I'll offer a thought. I think that, and this is fresh in my mind because I was at a presentation about masculinity last night, and I think that some of the cultural, indoctrination of masculinity. Everybody talks about toxic masculinity now, but there are components of masculinity that, the speaker last night was saying that begin, in the bassinet, in the crib, just language that we use with boys, and the way that they are taught to handle conflict and handle feelings. So I think that masculinity, actually can make it harder for someone to disclose. I think that, I don't know what the statistics are for females disclosing, but I would guess that it's not as long as it takes a man or a boy to speak up, simply because we're indoctrinated into being an individual and solving our own problems and pulling ourselves up by our own bootstraps, et cetera. And I'm sure these are overgeneralizations, but they are well-known, qualities of masculinity, being silent and keeping things inside. So there's the masculinity factor, and they also, there are social things, there's homophobia that could play into it, right? I find that to be almost universal theme in the case in which the perpetrator is a male. There are just that we don't talk about it as much in the media for men, and it hasn't been. Our survivors group is the only one in Maryland, I've been told. I have, survivors come from Baltimore because there's just nothing. And a previous survivor, actually before Hartley House formed our group, went to Northern Virginia for a group because there isn't anything here. So that contributes to taking 20 years, right? Because it's not something that's on your mind that people are ever going to accept. So it's cultural, it's internal, it's interpersonal. One of the things that we lose, or that survivors lose through sexual abuse, is the ability to trust. So if you don't feel like you trust people, you're not going to share anything with them. So it takes a long time to build trust. So, in one respect, 20 years seems like a crazy long time. In another respect, it kind of makes sense, because you have to go through all those stages of development sometimes before all the dust settles and you can face things. I've also talked to men who don't even remember, it's been so exiled, the experience, that their consciousness of what happened to them comes when they're 35 years old and they hadn't thought of it prior to then. So there are a lot of factors, I think, that make that 20-year mark kind of make sense for men in particular. Did you want to say something, Doug?
Nope, you covered it, Paul.
I was just gonna say, that was great information. And I was just looking up as we were sitting here to see if I could find some updated stats. And through Child USA, which is a national think tank for child protection in 2020, they have that data from DOJ suggests that 86% of child sexual abuse goes unreported altogether. And that the average age at the time of reporting child sexual abuse is about 52 years. I don't see where they got it demographic wise, but just kind of give you some updated stats. So
this could be a follow-up question for David. We have people asking about support groups in prisons and jails. Like, you've been volunteering and helping out with that. How big is that community? Has it been growing? Is that a resource that's even considered in many cases, or is that something where there just needs to be a lot more work done?
Actually, that was my profession, so it wasn't necessarily a volunteer, but I partnered with the National Association of State Mental Health Providers, and they did a study in the 90s where they looked at trauma amongst women in the criminal justice system, and found out again the numbers were extremely high. And then in 2000, I was hired to do trauma work behind the walls at our local detention center. Since then, we've expanded to do a curriculum called TAMR, which is Trauma, Addictions, Mental Health, and Recovery. And it's a free curriculum that can be made available to anyone that's in the public domain. But it was specifically made for men and women who are involved in the criminal justice system. We've since expanded that. They've changed the curriculum. We've done work in New York, the Department of Corrections for New York. I was fortunate enough that this past 4 months, we've been working with missionaries in Africa to do the TAMR program, and we're seeing great results there. Again, it's a little harder to get men involved because of some of the cultural aspects of the work, but that curriculum is free. There's also TAMR Y, which is for youth that for some reason uses a lot of rap music. But there are things out there, and I think that goes to the fact that the opportunity for letting people know about male survivors has changed. My rape, it was 50 years ago. And in the 80s and 90s, there was no representation of men sexual assault survivors. And like looking at the people here today, and 1 in 6 and male survivors that has come about, the ability to get the information out there is there. It's just how do we get it into the communities that don't have access to it right now. So, and that being the criminal justice system, my dream would be that every county would have a trauma-specific unit in their health department. Like we said, it's an epidemic, and yet our health departments do not have trauma-specific units. So I know that's a little expensive, but in the criminal justice system, TAMR is available. The trainings are free for individuals that would be interested in that. And again, there aren't a lot of, we have no support group here in Washington County, unfortunately. So we refer people to Hartley House and Paul probably.
When did, and I'm sorry, what year did you start working on that? You said it was at the early 2000s?
2000s, yes. And it was with the Division of Special Needs in Maryland. But again, one county, Frederick County does have the TAMR program at their detention center.
And have you been, so sorry to just ask you some follow-up questions because we've never actually dove into that part of, so you've primarily worked in Washington County. Like how did you get the international outreach? I'm very curious.
Yeah, I'm part of a 12-step program. And in the 12-step program, we have what's called a World Convention. It was every year, and then it expanded to every 3 years. So being able to go and talk about recovery in Brazil, Ireland, Paris, Hawaii, all those horrible places that we never want to go, right? Being able to go there and share like the gift of recovery and to say I'm a male survivor of sexual assault, and for men to have a face of someone who has had that experience. And how I got involved initially, other than doing the trauma specific services, with men's group was that I didn't see African-American men represented at the conferences that I went to. And I said, you know, I have the ability to add a voice to the movement around being not only a same gender loving male, but also an African-American male who's been privileged enough to meet people like Paul, who can provide me with the skills I needed to stay alive. Because I was suicidal, and once I got clean in 1991 and was unable to process the traumas, unfortunately, someone sent me to an inpatient program in Florida where they specialized in sexual assault.
I know that we're probably going to get a follow-up question. What do you think is the big difference between, is there even more of a stigma in the African-American community? Is there, what are some of the things what are some of the other like roadblocks and things that people run into there?
I think one of the things that when I asked that question that triggered me are that the number of men of color who were incarcerated as young adults, which placed them more at risk if you're behind the walls for being sexually assaulted, if you're in an institutional group home for being sexually assaulted. So I think for men of color, that's an added part to it. And then as someone talked about the toxic masculinity, as African-American male, you have to portray this image due to racism, which then if I have that legacy, then how do I confront the fact that I've been sexually assaulted? And if it's a person of a different color, am I going to share that with a group of people? And then again, the representation in the community, we're not as far along in accepting the traumas that are in our communities. I don't believe it. I'm only one person, and how that has impacted us as a whole. Because if a father who is the patriarchal person of the family was sexually assaulted, what would that mean to the lineage? What would that mean to the family? What does that mean to the community? And it's just such a loaded thing.
Oh, thank you for answering that. I believe I have a CARES question I believe I have a follow-up question for Robin. Let me try to find that real quick. Someone had asked about, so for ACEs, what effect divorce could have on that, what kind of trauma that can have, or maybe even in certain cases where that can force someone to move away from a support structure or change where they are. What effect can that have?
Obviously, I think it's very individualized, right? And I think that's the shortcomings of looking at ACEs as a whole as being, okay, you have 4, that means this is going to happen to you. Because divorce in some contexts could be a positive experience, right? So say, for instance, a child is within a family and, they are being abused by one of the caregivers. And then, they divorce. And so now the child is safe and they're away from that caregiver. So the divorce could be looked upon as being, somewhat of a more positive experience for them versus a negative experience. And divorce within a family, that has a long history of sticking it out and staying together, and there's no divorces in this family, and now you're a child of that, you're a child within that family and you're experiencing divorce. Imagine how the caregivers are going to experience that, and then of course that's going to come down onto their children. Whereas if you're in a family that, maybe that structure, divorces have happened within the family and they've been dealt with in a healthy manner, then that child may not be as impacted by that divorce. So it's really more individualized, I think. Does that answer the question?
Yes. Let me see here. We're in the last 15 minutes of the Q&A. I don't want to miss, actually, just general question. Is there any topic that we haven't hit yet that anyone was hoping to discuss on our panel? We're kind of in the end zone here, so I want to make sure that everything that everyone wanted to talk about today has been hit.
I did want to bring up, I saw a question about a person's, I can't remember the exact question without scrolling through, but how they can get involved and be able to either be presenting on top of their survivor themselves, so they feel like this is helpful, or to share their story, how they can get engaged with that, or just in general, how can communities change, which I think we've touched base on that a little bit. But just to dig a little deeper, getting involved with your local organization. So before Doug and I really got involved with Hartley House and really getting connected with them, there really wasn't anything for men. And then when we approached Inga and Jen and another person with Hartley House that at that time, they were very open. They really wanted to help all people in the community. So, and even if that local organization that helps people either physically abused or sexually abused might not appear as men friendly up at front, still open up those conversations, because they might not even be aware of these statistics and in the impact and how it really impacts the family and it impacts everybody. So I know Doug's always been a proponent of talking about how, you know, like, and what he talked about earlier today, the healing from his journey to start bringing this out into the community, so our community can be aware and heal together. Finding those support people. You're going to have family members who are not supportive, unfortunately. That, I think Paul alluded to that. It's just going to happen. So you just it's always best to just try to get at least one or two people in your support system. All these years before Doug was able to be released from the secrecy, and for me to, I had to keep that secret too, so that was very hard, but him and I negotiated. I could talk to a couple close friends about this, so maybe that could be helpful as well too. So I hope I answered those general questions out there that I was seeing.
Yeah, there was also a question about, I think there were a few that were interested in future storytelling, similar that Ken did. I think on the MaleSurvivor.org, there's a contact point. We often do webinars that open up that opportunity. I'll drop my MaleSurvivor email in the chat. So if you either go out to the website and click the contact us, we'll get it, or you can send a note to me and we'll get it over to our webinar coordinator if that's something you guys are looking to do as we look at that schedule.
And just to like add to that, I shared this with one of the attendees. If you email me at engage@hartleyhouse.org, we're actually getting ready to really build out our speakers bureau. And so we have like a form that just kind of figures out like what you might want to talk about and that kind of stuff. So definitely shoot me an email and we'll get that out to you. You don't have to live in Frederick County to be part of it. We really want to have a pretty deep bench of people who are able to speak to all the different types of trauma and violence. So if that's something you're interested in, we can help you with that at Hartley House too.
Thank you for that. I mean, that's the best part of this is just seeing the first time I think I helped with one of these events, there was like 20 people watching and like 3 presenters. And now it is much larger. I guess I can ask for Doug and Annette, when you started CAPES, I believe 2018 is when you started CAPES. Has this been how surprising has this journey been? And what are you hoping for CAPES in the next, let's do the generic 5-year thing. What are you hoping for in the next 5 years?
Well, I think, to be honest, and Annette can chime in. I mean, I think, we really saw this as a grassroots approach. It's got to start at the local level. I know David, we met David at one of the conferences in Virginia for criminal justice. And I think, partnering with like David and other organizations like that is really, taking this forward. Vision, we would like to see this repeated in communities across the state and across the country, right? COVID made this really virtual. It was originally intended to be, local in-person events. And this really expanded it. So, it's just repeating this concept over and over and over again with the local agencies like Hartley House, because specifically the men in these communities need a place to go. And if that's a springboard to get an awareness going in the community, and for the agencies that have resources to help facilitate those male connections, especially in the support groups, that's the ultimate goal. Have a support group in every county, in every state, because that is the game changer, and it is one of the hardest things to get going. So, other champions to take this into their communities and move it forward and use this as the baseline of the model. It's a fabulous partnership with Hartley House, and partnering this with MaleSurvivor, I think, we brought in some different perspectives and resources that now really open up the eyes in different areas of the topic. So I don't know, Annette, if you had anything else above that.
No, the only other thing I was just responding, people were asking for the CAPES, if we have a CAPES web address. And at this point we don't, because we've really relied and partnered with Hartley House for this whole concept and idea. But as we talk about our vision, and we haven't, this is just putting this out there now because of Pat's question, but as we talk about our vision, and we have talked a little bit with Jen and Inga to create something that's replicable that we can share out to people. So, but we haven't gotten there just yet. So, but we hope to.
And if you go on I can't pull it up right now, but if you go to hartleyhouse.org under community engagement, there is a link to adult survivors of childhood abuse that has a little more information, some more resources and things like that. But yeah, we definitely are getting ready to build out a page specific to men and male identifying survivors of sexual assault, childhood abuse, but also intimate partner violence and trafficking, because we really want to be part of expanding this conversation to include everyone and making sure that we aren't missing people in the work we're doing.
Yeah, and I think to this group is, the CAPES wasn't intended to be a separate nonprofit organization and doing all this stuff, but a concept and a brand to take to the community specifically for male survivors, to Annette and Jen's point, that can be replicated over and over and over again. So, there are resources, there are programs, and the intent is to leverage those because, there are a lot of networks out there that are built around domestic violence, and it's getting those programs to expand specifically to adopt this segment of that community.
Thank you. I'm really excited to see how much it's grown and how much has moved forward. I think we definitely are seeing some people in the chat that have been inspired and want to move forward with things. I just want to ask real quick, MaleSurvivor, this is the first collaboration with MaleSurvivor. How long has that organization been around? And how did that collaboration start?
Oh my goodness.
It's like Ken wants to answer.
Ken, you want to answer that one? You got better history than I do.
Well, I'm a newcomer to the organization, probably the same longevity with the organization as Doug. It was founded in 1995, and it was founded as a collaboration between therapists who treated trauma and sexual abuse of men, and then also the male survivor community. It continues to this day, and it was one of the earliest and most international advocacy groups and healing group devoted exclusively to male survivors of sex abuse. So we've been around for a long time, and I believe we have a lot of impact. We have a lot of credibility. Actually, the board just had a retreat this past weekend, and we are developing a pretty assertive strategic plan to expand our service. For example, we are devoted to revamping a therapist directory We certainly want to have more conferences and virtual webinars, but it's a pretty impactful organization. There's a lot of work to do among all these organizations that advocate for trauma survivors and sex abuse. And these are very complex, complicated issues. And it's really good to have multiple organizations, both at the national level and the local level, like CAPES, to address this issue.
Thank you. It's just good to see how many more organizations. I mean, to see more logos on these presentations is always a good thing. So we are in our last 5 minutes. I think we have answered basically every question that we have. Does anyone have any final thoughts during these last 5 minutes? We can kind of do a reverse wrap up. If anything, it's like, is there one final message you want to leave people? Let's just start with Doug. Do you have any kind of closing thoughts for this?
I do not. I think, thank you everybody for attending. This is, Annette and Jen put a ton of work into this. So, kudos to them for help pulling this together. Again, I think, we've been trying to keep this fresh every year with new topics, new discussions. So it was fabulous to bring in MaleSurvivor.org. And again, the power of networking here to garnish additional information and insight to this group. So, we're hopefully we get, more numbers next year, potentially more logos on the website, I guess. So, and again, it truly is about, grassroots and piece by piece, person by person, knocking on the door and making that connection. So for everybody that joined today, thank you for doing that. Have that dialogue. While you're at the water cooler, get out of that comfort zone. Say a few words, say, I just saw this presentation, and then, it's great. And thank you for being here.
Thank you so much. Does anyone else have any other final thoughts? I do want to just mention that Nathan Lasheen had to leave early. He did have a good message of, if at all possible, maybe have some little personal care time today. This was a really intense presentation. We covered a lot of things. So it's always okay to have a little bit of time to yourself to reflect and just, turn on Netflix, turn your brain off for the rest of the day, and then do more work in the future. Any closing thoughts on that?
No, I just a ditto. Thank everybody who participated as presenters and panelists. I know you take your time out of your busy work schedules, so it's really appreciative. It means a lot to me. It means a lot to Doug as well too, because it really does help in our healing and to be able to help other people. And we're really thrilled with the number of people who were able to attend as well too. So we can make this as common as talking about, I tore my MCL. So, and one other thing, if you're in Frederick County, downtown Frederick, at ACMB Bank, formerly Frederick County Bank, we have Hartley House has a window display for the month, and we were able to market it more towards male survivors, and we have a big display in there to make more awareness for everyone.
Fantastic. Well, thank you, everyone. Just to remind, I know I said this probably 55 times, but this event was recorded. We will be posting an archive that will be available, I think, in a couple of different places.
Yes, so if you, again, on our website is a link to our YouTube page. It'll be there tomorrow. So keep an eye on that, but we'll also send it out. We'll put it on social media. We'll definitely be pushing it out in all the places. And if you can scan this QR code, take our survey just so we can keep improving, that'd be like really helpful. So, and I just have to say thank you to Annette too. Well, everyone who was on here today was fabulous, but Annette put so much work into this on top of her other like full-time job. So I'm really grateful for it. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Well, fantastic. So look forward to the archive tomorrow. Just thank you to everyone on the panel, Doug, Annette, Paul, Ken, David, Jen, Robin. We had Nathan earlier and also Inga. So a big thank you to everyone who was a part of this. And thank you all. Make sure to check out the resources. And of course, if you do need help, the hotlines are the best answer to receive any kind of help. Thank you all for attending CAPES 2022.
And thank you, Pat, for keeping us in order. It's very much appreciated. we're taking time away from your news duty. So thank you so much.
That's okay. This is the only thing to report on. Thank you all so much.
Bye-bye.